forward to a meaningful discussion today covering the impacts of COVID-19 on businesses and how that has affected the hiring process.
And seeing how we Latinos were represented in the national news. I mean, only 6% of stories are about the Hispanic community, most about illegal immigration and crime. And I just kept complaining like, oye, this is not what we're about as a community. What about our contribution?
Everything's changing so fast with the rules and regulations and what you can do and can't do and how you should handle certain situations.
Ladies and gentlemen, damas y caballeros, welcome to the Latino Coalition Legislative Summit. Please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of VARCOM and our MC and host today, Mr. Danny Vargas.
Good morning, buenos dias, damas y caballeros, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us today. Welcome to the 2022 annual legislative briefing held in person this year. And also on live stream, and let's say hello to our guests watching us online today. I want to thank everyone who's watching on our live stream. Again, my name is Danny Vargas, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the TLC DC Director and a member of the Latino Coalition Foundation Board of Directors. I'm also excited to announce that I'm a host of a newly launched podcast series, which will be produced on a monthly basis with a variety of guests representing a broad range of Latino influencers across a diversity of business segments. So stay tuned for that. Our first episode is streaming now, so you can watch it. With Priscilla Marrero was our first guest, and it's going to be a great series. We have a terrific day planned ahead for you today, and I encourage you to reconnect with old friends and meet new friends today. And I want you to also enjoy the tech bags that are on your seats with some gifts from us and from Maker's Mark. So you should be able to enjoy that. And it's my pleasure to introduce you, ladies and gentlemen, to the chairman of the TLC Board of Directors, Jeanette Hernandez-Prenger. Jeanette is the founder and CEO of Echo Select. She leads one of the top Hispanic businesses in the country with more than 500 employees serving clients across North America. Echo Select is a talent acquisition and consulting company specializing in providing people, process, and technology solutions. Beginning with a single client, Echo Select has grown into a leading provider of technology talent for Fortune 1000 companies and government agencies, with offices in Kansas City, Missouri, Washington, D.C., and St. Louis, Missouri. Jeanette advocates for business and economic growth through her leadership and involvement in organizations around the country. She serves on the national boards of Junior Achievement USA, Boy Scouts of America, Women Impacting Public Policy, and Orphan Starfish Foundation, as well as those closer to home. Missouri Tourism Commission, Commissioner, Kansas City Federal Reserve Bank Economic Advisory Council, she's the chairman, and Visit KC, and the board of the American Royal, to name a few. She is a chair of the Greater Kansas City Hispanic Chamber of Commerce and former vice chair of the United States Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, Jeanette.
Thank you, Danny. And actually, I'm not the chair of the Federal Reserve Bank, but the chair of Visit KC, which is basically the Convention Visitors Association. So I welcome all of you to Kansas City, Missouri. We have great sports teams and lots to see and do. Thank you all for being here today. We're pleased to have you with us after our 2 years of not being at live events. The past 2 years were challenging, but we also witnessed great resilience from many Americans, especially Latinos and Latinas. While many obstacles were placed in our way, Latino entrepreneurs found innovative ways to shift and reinvent themselves in businesses so that we stayed relevant and we were able to thrive. We still have a long way to go to get to economic recovery, and that is why events such as these play such an important role in providing valuable information and networking to assist you in your professional pursuits. I'm a little over a year into my chairmanship, and we've made really good progress in some of our objectives. CC Rojas, myself, and our board set out to accomplish a revamped governance model, additional members to our board for greater geographical representation, creating a structured committee framework to engage our stakeholders in a more intentional way, a heightened focus on public policy, and of course procurement with our Matchpoint portal, and a return to live events. Thank you to all for your continued support, and we hope you will enjoy what we have in store for you today. It is now my honor to introduce a video message from a champion of small business as evidenced in his Senate record, Senator Tim Scott. Senator Scott isn't in DC this week, as I know the other elected officials. They're back at their states, but he is a great friend to small businesses, and I'm very honored to have him with us today virtually. Prior to public service, Senator Scott built a successful small business of his own. He was first elected to Charleston County Council, to the South Carolina State House, and the United States House of Representatives. In January 2013, Tim was sworn in as a United States Senator from South Carolina and was reelected in January 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend and a friend to all business, Senator Tim Scott.
Hey, y'all, Senator Tim Scott here. Thanks so much for allowing me to join y'all virtually.
And the videos are in the room.
I know this summit is focused on a really important topic, which is our economic recovery and the next normal. So today, I want to talk about the path forward that I see for our nation. As you know, hardworking Americans are struggling to make ends meet because of inflation, which is really just an invisible tax. It's at a 40-year high. If you ask me, that's a result of too much government spending overheating our economy. It's clear that we have to find another approach. Instead of spending more and more of your hard-earned money, I believe the government should get out of the way so that people across our nation have more opportunities to succeed. We are seeing that happen today through my Opportunity Zones program, which incentivizes private investment in the poorest communities across our country. Billions of private sector dollars are already reshaping the landscape in so many of these neighborhoods. And I look forward to seeing how the program will help create an economy that works for all Americans. Thank you all for leading the way in our economic recovery. As a former small business owner myself, I know how difficult it can be to keep a business running. But what you do is so important, not only for the individuals who you employ, but for the economy as a whole. I hope to see you all real soon and in person. Until then, God bless.
Thank you, Senator Scott, and thank you, Jeanette, and thank you so much for discussing our board governance and the progress that we've made over the last couple of years. So thank you so much for that. We have a committed and passionate group of exceptional board members here with us today from both the Latino Coalition and the Latino Coalition Foundation. Their names are on the screen. So if you are with us today, can you please stand so you can be recognized for your board service? The Latino Coalition is also very grateful for the support of incredible corporate partners and how they consistently invest in our organizations. TLC is also grateful for those that provide resources and programming that is much needed for the advancement of the Latino business community. We have several here with us today, including our platinum partner, Wells Fargo. To welcome us is Ruben Barrales. Ruben is currently the Senior VP External Engagement at Wells Fargo and is proud to be an inaugural member of the newly created Diverse Segments Representation and Inclusion organization at Wells Fargo. Ruben is a former White House Deputy Assistant to the President and a Director of the White House Intergovernmental Affairs and elected official himself and Chief Executive Officer for nonprofit and business advocacy organizations. He is a supporter of diversity, inclusion, and public policy that expands economic opportunity for all, and he's also a very dear friend and such a wonderful member of our Latino community in DC. Thank you, Ruben, for being with us.
Thanks, Danny. I couldn't have written that any better than I did, so thank you for reading that. Hi, Ruben Barales from Wells Fargo. So glad to be here, so glad to be supporting Latino Coalition. It's important, I feel, for the Latino community that we have organizations that create opportunities for Latino small businesses, Latinas and Latinos to succeed. My parents immigrated from Mexico, and my dad from Estado de Mexico, and my mom from Mexico City, and they came and they worked and eventually formed small businesses of their own. My dad, a roofing company where the headquarters was our garage, and my mom had a small, after cleaning houses and working in factories, opened a small coffee shop around the corner, which I'm not sure which is a tougher work, putting roofs on houses or running a coffee shop, because they're both 24/7, very physical jobs. But they never were able to take advantage of the opportunities that groups like the Latino Coalition and others can provide. And I just hope that we keep small business people like them in mind and try to provide resources that they can use, advocate for policies that are helpful to them as we move forward. Because I know, having benefited from their hard work, that there's still more to do, and there's a lot of opportunity that hopefully we can help our small businesses succeed with. So with that, thank you, Latino Coalition. Thank you, the supporters of the Latino Coalition. I look forward to working with you for years to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Ruben. Appreciate that. Always love Ruben's remarks. I really want you to take a moment to pull out your phones, and I want you to share this event on your social media channels. The hashtag for this event is hashtag TLC Ledge Summit, L-E-G Summit, or LEG Summit, if you prefer. Please also tag TLC in your posts. On Twitter, it's at Latino Coalition. On Instagram, it's at Latino Coalition USA. And we're also on Facebook at the Latino Coalition. And as you do that, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Now it's my pleasure to welcome two incredible leaders who stepped up early on to co-chair today's legislative briefing. Omar Franco, the Latino Coalition Executive Committee member and Public Policy Chair, and Diana O, Vice President of Government Relations and Policy with Univisión and a member of the Public Policy Committee. Omar Franco is the Senior Director of Becker's Washington, D.C. office and heads their federal lobbying practice. He currently represents a wide variety of clients, including Fortune 500 companies, small businesses, higher education institutions, trade associations, nonprofit organizations, and municipal governments. Omar has been recognized as a hired gun in the Hill's annual list of top lobbyists since 2018, and in 2020 was named a top lobbyist by the National Institute of Lobbying and Ethics. Diana serves as Vice President of Government Relations and Policy at Univisión, where she leads the company's federal advocacy before Congress and the executive branch with a focus on communications and technology policy. Omar and Diana, please take it away, and thank you so very much for doing this for us.
All right, Danny, where am I? Thank you, Danny. Diana and I have been working as partners in this event, and we are thrilled you are here. Events like this really make this possible. We really need, this partnership, because, the way I've looked at the Latino Coalition, it's kind of like, we always looked at things as what's best for our country, what's best for the Latino community, and what's best for our small businesses. But it's corporate partners such as you all that really make it happen. So join me in a very special thank you to all our corporate partners here. Our platinum sponsors today are Wells Fargo, who you heard from, Ruben, thank you, and Walmart is another platinum sponsor if Walmart's here. Our gold sponsors today are AT&T, Univision, Google, T-Mobile, Pharma, PG&E, Echo Select, Charter Broadcast Group, and the Latino Coalition Foundation. And of course, this event could not be possible without all of our sponsors. So thank you very much. A big round of applause to all our sponsors. So we've been very active this year. I consider this, if you've been around the Latino Coalition in Washington a long time, this is what I say is Latino Coalition 3.0. This is a reboot of a lot of the things that we've been doing before, but we've had some exciting new leadership from Jeanette and Cece and Priscilla, who's here, Diana, who's helped me. You know, kiddingly, I'm thinking of changing the name to the Latina Coalition because there's been, and do a real rebrand of that. My role has been, we want to do public policy, and we wanted to do it a little bit different. You know, before you kind of called Manny, you kind of called Hector, you kind of called Alan, and it was done. Now we have a public policy council that we love, lots of interaction. We've set through those three pillars what we're going to proactively stand for. But again, we're also open, so if you all have any suggestions on what we should be covering as in public policy, please let us know. We're all available to you. You have all our emails. This is what we do, and this is what we want to continue doing, include everybody. So please welcome, hold on, the Latinos, okay. Let me see, small business community. Oh yeah. So, okay, I'm getting lost here, Danny. Where am I? Ladies and gentlemen, we have a truly spectacular program for you today. Please remember to share your favorite moments on social media using hashtag TLC Ledge Summit. We have a big program, so let's get started. To provide welcome to Washington, D.C. is David Diaz, Chief of Staff to the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Welcome, David.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for joining us during the Latino Coalition 2022 Legislative Summit here in Washington, D.C. A special thank you for our friends for the invite. As you know, the mission of the Greater Washington Hispanic Chamber of Commerce is to move business forward in the D.C. metropolitan region. Over the last decade, Hispanic-owned companies have been created at a rate 15 times higher than all of other firms, and we have seen an increase in the level of entrepreneurship and expansion of small businesses. The economic recovery due to COVID-19 continues, but in DC, we have seen the opportunity for growth in workforce, education, training, healthcare, and more. Even though Latinos have fewer resources to survive the pandemic, we have perceived. Working alongside other chambers, non-profit, and other government agencies, GWCC has been able to aid and provide our small business the resources they needed to continue and endure. But there is more that we can be done. There are more than 4 million Hispanic-owned firms in the U.S. contributing $700 billion to the economy, yet when requesting funding from the PP loan, payroll protection programs, EIDL, and others. It's important for us that we understand that U.S. continue recovering from the effects of the pandemic, and this year the topic is the next normal. It's so important for us, like never is gonna be like was before, but we need to continue forward. As we continue today's event, we invite you to explore the issues priority for America's entrepreneurs and small businesses. In Washington, D.C., you have access to our leaders, government agencies, and representatives, fellow organizations, and other nonprofits. Remember that D.C. is open for business. Thank you.
All right, thank you, David, for that gracious welcome. It is my pleasure to welcome another good friend and partner to TLC, our gold partners, T-Mobile, represented by Clint Odom. Clint, currently serves as the Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at T-Mobile. Previously, Clint led policy and advocacy for the National Urban League while simultaneously serving as Executive Director of their Washington Bureau. Odom served for a decade in the United States Senate, and that's where we met when he was with Senator Bill Nelson. He was also Legislative Director for Senator Kamala Harris, and General Counsel of the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation, and General Counsel to Senator Bill Nelson. Welcome, Clint.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, and I decided, for fear that my eyes or readers wouldn't work, I'm just going to speak directly from the heart this morning. The name, the Latino Coalition, is a very stark reminder that anything in Washington, anything in the world that needs to be done, has to be done in a coalition. There's no great event that has happened with the work of a single group of people. Latinos make up 20% of the United States. They make up 28% of the workforce at T-Mobile, but that is not enough to move the ball across the goal line. I was very encouraged to see my friend, Senator Tim Scott, deliver remarks today, because I think these are the kinds of coalitions that we need to build in order to get things done here in Washington. And I commend the Latino organization for being such a prominent voice and a prominent figure in Washington, D.C. and throughout the country. We're here today to talk a little bit also about supplier diversity, which is, for some of us who have been working on these issues for decades, it seems to be an idea that has come into vogue. That, hey, maybe we should actually do business with the communities that we serve, not extract value, but to give value in business-to-business relationships. And I have to say, at T-Mobile, we are taking this very seriously. We've just crossed the $3 billion mark in doing business with diverse firms, small businesses in particular, but we can do and must do much, much more. It is not enough to buy advertising in a Latino or urban formatted station. We must take and invest in organizations that are owned and operated by Latinos, especially in the media landscape, especially in the infrastructure building landscape. And we are doing this, and we need your help. We need you to make us aware of your businesses, and we need you to push us to continue to do more. And with that, I will say thank you again for the kind invitation, and I send greetings from my colleague, Joanna Diaz-Sofer, who could not be here today, but she's thinking of you, and she's loving baby Blair. So have a wonderful day, and thank you again for the invitation.
Thank you, Clint, for speaking so eloquently from your heart. I have the pleasure of introducing Melody Gonzalez, who was appointed by President Biden to serve as Executive Director of the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics. Melody is a very creative, impact-oriented visionary with nearly 20 years of experience in federal, union, and nonprofit advocacy. Melody is committed to building impactful initiatives and making investments to build leaders who will shape a brighter future for our nation. Having served 2 presidents, 1 governor, 2 members of Congress, and the Democratic caucus of the U.S. House of Representatives, she is honored to return to federal service as a presidential appointee. Melody joined the U.S. Department of Education from the National Education Association, the nation's largest union representing 3 million educators. As a senior advisor for the Latino Advocacy and Partnership in the NEA's Center for Racial and Social Justice, she managed policy advocacy, grants, and partnerships centered on bridging the NEA with Latino immigration and civil rights advocates to collectively respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, improve students' educational outcomes, advance racial and social justice in public schools and communities, and empower educators. We are thrilled to have her with us today. Please give a warm welcome to Melody Gonzalez.
Buenos dias. It is so wonderful to be here with you all in person. And as I was getting ready yesterday, thinking about some remarks that I wanted to share with you all, I got to thinking about my younger brother, Mark Gonzalez, who next month will be graduating from San Diego State University. And I'm curious, are there any people here today with us who also are celebrating graduates in their families? Anybody having children, family members, loved ones? It's a special and exciting moment, and I got to thinking, I don't know how it has been 20 years since I walked across that stage. And 20 years ago, I never would have imagined that one day I'd be able to have served 2 presidents. I never would have imagined that I'd leave the warm coast of San Diego, where I worked for a local chamber of commerce and news station, to a colder, snowy coast, where I have now had just an incredible trajectory. And I think there's so much opportunity for us to make a difference for our country and for our Latino community in particular through this city. And so I'm very grateful now to be back in the administration after serving in the Obama administration as well, with what is the longest title, but I think the best job in government. I am Executive Director of the White House Initiative on Advancing Educational Equity, Excellence, and Economic Opportunity for Hispanics. And so I want to share with you all, for me to step into this role has just been incredible. You probably all know that saying, dime con quién andas, y te diré quién eres. And I am so proud to serve alongside incredible career and political appointees in all of our federal agencies, and to see how far we have come as a country. We went from a place where a little over a year ago only 2 million people were vaccinated to a place where now over 200 million people are. Secretary Becerra at an equity conference earlier today was also talking about how we know that African Americans and Latinos in particular were hard hit at the beginning. And now the rates of vaccination, the rates of protection have equalized. And so we're making tremendous progress on the health front. We also went from a place where school buildings were closed to a place where now our children are able to return to school. People like my brother are able to continue on with what will be a traditional sort of graduation ceremony. And they're just amazing sort of landmarks of progress. SBA Administrator Isabel Guzman recently talked at one of our White House Initiative Latino Economic Summits about some really remarkable statistics that through the pandemic, there has been a 30% growth in the rates of entrepreneurship. 5.4 million people launched a small business over the past year. And a McKinsey study shows that in 45 states, there was a growth in Latino entrepreneurship and Latina entrepreneurship in particular. So a lot of exciting progress is coming. And today I want to make sure you know as well, the White House just finished the first White House initiative, or the White House convening on equity, announcing that over 90 federal agencies have implemented equity action plans. This has never happened before in the federal government. But when President Biden took office on day one, he issued an executive order to advance racial justice and equity in all forms, including economic opportunity. And so it's a really exciting moment. And you all can take a look at that website, whitehouse.gov/equity, very easy to remember, and take a look. I'd really encourage you to spend some time watching the event from this morning, reading up on agencies' actions plans, because there are opportunities for each and every one of you to bridge into these agencies' action plans. And not only in the traditional economic agencies that you might be thinking about, but others that might be less suspecting or that you might not have traditionally have thought of. So I'd encourage you to take a look at those resources. I'm especially proud that through the leadership of Secretary Miguel Cardona, who I work under at the Department of Education, we have forgiven $17 billion in student loans. $17 billion. People are waking up, logging into their student loan bank accounts, and there is zero now of a balance thanks to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. And while there's a lot of great progress, we know the work is not done. Colleagues like Emmanuel Caudillo and I, we wake up every day knowing that there is more good to be done. We are on fire to make a difference, and so we want to invite you all to be partners with us in this work. And I want to also just tell you a little bit about our initiative, because are folks familiar with the White House Hispanic Initiative? Just by a show of hands, some of you all might have heard about it before. Wonderful. So you know the history of it a little bit, but now what's exciting is that our scope has expanded. So when President Biden reinstituted our executive order last year, expanded our office title, so the initiative traditionally was really rooted strictly on education. Now that still remains part of our essence, but we're also very much focused on equity and economic opportunity. So we are, through our work, making sure that we're advancing 12 different policy goals. You could read up on our executive order and learn more about them and how you might be able to bridge. But again, it's not only the traditional sort of work of making sure that Latino students are successfully graduating, entering the workforce, and thriving, but there's also a lot of systemic change work that we are asked to do. And so we're going to need you all as partners in that work, making sure that we're helping our community thrive economically, our businesses thrive economically. We're cultivating that workforce not just of today, but of tomorrow, and that our Latino community is front and center, making sure that we are thriving and building that generational wealth that we know is so important. We're also going to soon have a 21-member commission that will be presidentially appointed. That will include people from the education space, but also various sectors all around the country. We're going to really leverage their expertise, their ability to be amplifiers in the community, their ability to help us build public-private partnerships. And what I'm also really excited about is that our executive order calls on us to create a federal interagency work group and work with every single agency who will have to turn in an action plan to us on what they're doing to advance this executive order, what they're doing to break down systemic barriers in their organization, how they're changing their policies, their Office of Civil Rights, their grant-making opportunities to make sure that our community is part of the process. And so there are going to be tremendous opportunities, again, in addition to those diversity plans I mentioned earlier, for you all to be partners to federal agencies through the action plans that will come through the White House Hispanic Initiative. So very exciting opportunities, and I want to make sure you all, I always like to give people action, and so I'd like to encourage you all to do a few things. One is please make sure you sign up for our newsletter. We have over 60,000 people in our community. You can sign up just by going to ed.gov/Hispanic Initiative. You can also follow us on Twitter. We were tweeting a little earlier, so you could find us through the events hashtag, but also at White House HPI on Twitter. We've got a Facebook page, and we are constantly sharing job opportunities, grant opportunities, events that we hope you'll take and share and amplify in your communities. I also want to make sure, again, you're really spending some time looking at those White House diversity, equity, and inclusion equity plans. This morning, just before your event, we had a lot of our cabinet secretary leaders, the president, Ambassador Susan Rice, and others, really highlighting some of the ways in which agencies are trying to break down barriers in terms of small business procurement, in terms of diversifying the federal workforce. So there are a lot of ways in which you all can work with agencies right now. It's a very unique window of opportunity that I hope you'll all take advantage of. I also want to ask you all to join us in partners on a few social media campaigns. One is on the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. Right now, if people have worked 10 years in public service jobs and paid for 10 years, they can go to studentaid.gov/PSLF and see if they qualify to get the balance of their loans forgiven. This is huge, but my concern is that I don't know in our Latino community, all of our Latino public service workers know that they stand to benefit from this program. There are myths that we have to bust. People might have tried to apply for this program years ago, and it didn't work out for them, but this is a new day. We have the special waiver program right now. Even if people don't know if they qualify, send them to that studentaid.gov/PSLF website. They can start to enter their information, see if they might qualify, or see how much more they have to go until they qualify. But I'd love to hear more student loan forgiveness success stories from our community, and hope you will all join us in championing the word of that program, because people do have to apply by October 31st. So Halloween is the deadline. They've got to do it before Dia de los Muertos. Help spread the word to people that you know who are teachers in the medical profession, military, and other public sector jobs, nonprofit advocates, folks working in state, local, federal government. And then I also want to encourage you to help us grow the ranks of Latino educators and Latinos in the federal government. Right now, we know Latinos are about 27% of our K-12 student population. We've been about 20% of the higher ed population, but we're less than 10% of educators, even smaller ranks of college presidents, principals, administrators. We're less than 10% of federal employees, and it is so critical in our sectors that we have our community, our experiences, nuestros idiomas represented. So I hope you will join us in that work. And also know that here in the federal government, of course, you can apply for federal jobs at usajobs.gov. One thing you might not know is that because of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, there are a historic number of additional jobs that agencies are hiring for real time right now. And so while some people might say, oh, applying for jobs might take a while, again, we've got to bust that myth, Because the reality is agencies are hiring, our doors are open, and if you go to usajobs.gov, there's a special infrastructure law button. And if you click that link, you can see jobs that are actually direct hires, surge hire opportunities, not just in DC, but also in states. We were just in Colorado the other day, and there were like 1,700 different job types available for our community right now to be applying for. And if we miss this window of opportunity, shame on us, because we're never going to grow beyond the incremental annual progress in federal government until we take advantage of opportunities like this. So I hope you will join us in that partnership. And then lastly, I also just want to mention we are starting to hit the ground all around the country with a special series of events called White House Initiative Latino Economic Summits. This is our intention to go into communities. We were just at UT San Antonio's downtown campus. We were at the Metropolitan Community College of Denver. We're bringing our headliners, our cabinet members, our federal leaders, but also uplifting local voices to talk about how the American Rescue Plan is making a difference, uplifting best practices for how local community members can advocate around making sure federal dollars really are truly reaching the communities that need to be reached through these programs. We're doing workshops with agencies like Commerce, SBA, HUD, the Department of Education, the Office of Personnel Management. We're getting like 250, 300 people at these events, not to mention all of the others that are joining us through our online actions around these summits. We've had the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, SBA Administrator, Isabel Guzman, HHS Secretary, Javier Becerra, and other leaders joining us. So this is also a historic move. We're hoping to get to another 8 or so cities in the coming months, so hope that we will be able to count on you all to help us plan as we go into different cities around the country and to continue the work afterwards. So thank you, muchas gracias for being here. And to close, I just also want to mention that today marks a special day in history. 75 years ago was the historic Mendez versus Westminster case. And to me, that case, it set precedent to help end school segregation in America, but also it is a case that demonstrates to me the power of what happens when familia, when nuestra comunidad lifts their voices. Always remember that you have the power to create change. Your voice makes a difference, and I hope you will join us in making sure that our voices are a larger and greater part of the federal government and our nation's work moving forward. Muchas gracias.
Another round of applause for Melody Gonzalez. Those of you that don't know Melody, she's not just a phenomenal leader, she's also an incredible partner. I've leaned on her for many things over the years. She's been instrumental in getting the American Latino Museum going. She's a partner at Leadership Fairfax that I chair right now, and she's also an incredibly dear friend. So thank you, Melody, again for being with us today. And now I'm excited to announce our next speaker, Francisco de la Lama, who joined the Mexican Foreign Service in 1997 and has held several positions in Mexico and overseas. He is currently the head of the Section for Political Affairs at the Embassy of Mexico. Previously, he was the liaison of the embassy with the U.S. House of Representatives, and he also spent a year at the Bureau of Consular Affairs of the U.S. Department of State as part of the bilateral exchange program. He has served as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, specializing in security cooperation issues, hemispheric and European affairs, and in the embassies of Mexico in Spain and Chile, as well as General Consulate of Mexico in Miami. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Counselor Francisco de la Lama.
Good morning, buenos días. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Ambassador Esteban Moctezuma, I would like to extend our appreciation to Danny and to the Latino Coalition leadership for inviting the Embassy of Mexico to participate in this important event. It is an honor for me to join all of you in an occasion that brings together members of Congress, Hispanic business owners, corporate executives, procurement leaders, small business members, and key leaders and decision makers from all over the country. I would like to share with you some of our views related to workforce development, the integration of the region going forward, and the North American supply chains. The World Economic Forum 2018 Future of Jobs report suggests that 54% of workers will require reskilling or upskilling over the next 5 years, largely due to the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution. To address more effectively the social, economic, and political challenges implicit in these transformations, the United States, Canada, and Mexico need to increase quality investment in their workforces. They will need to reinvent the ways to each country educates, upskills, and reskills its workers, preferably using people-centered and tech-enabled approaches. North America's highly integrated production and commercial networks mean that more regional collaboration on these workforce and workplace challenges is essential. If done well, such collaboration can simultaneously create quality jobs, achieve higher levels of productivity, and strengthen the competitiveness of the region vis-à-vis other global economic powers. To neglect this task, or to do it poorly or not at all, will only be an invitation for severe economic and political disruptions. The crisis of the multilateral trade system, the COVID-19 economic recovery, and the implementation of USMCA are all factors that have placed Mexico upon an historical opportunity for attracting investments and value chains from Asia, as well as filling the market gaps left by the ongoing trade disputes between the U.S. and other countries in that region. During the worst moments of the pandemic, the resilience of the region's supply chains allowed critical industries of Mexico and the U.S. to continue operating, despite the sudden closure of borders, rail lines, ports, and flights. This has highlighted the region's opportunity and need for joint actions and development strategies to strengthen our economies and trade within our region, as well as promote investment programs in North America towards nearshoring efforts. No one can predict the future with certainty. We do not know what new challenges we will face in the coming decades. That makes us responsible to prepare for the unexpected, and the most effective way to do it is to ensure that our regional institutions and relationships are strong as possible. Those were precisely our guiding principles to negotiate the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement, a treaty that gives us stability, certainty, and a common path going forward. People sometimes forget that, together with Canada, we are one of the world's top trading regions, encompassing 500 million people and an annual trade of worth $1.3 trillion. The total trade of U.S. goods with Mexico reached more than $660 billion last year, an increase of almost 23% compared to 2020, and around $57 billion in services. To illustrate this figure, just imagine that the U.S. exports more to Mexico than to all the European Union combined. With USMCA as a framework, and forums such as the High-Level Economic Dialogue and the North American Leaders Summit, the three countries have acknowledged the need for joint efforts in order to face the competition derived from the growth of other regions in the world. Today, we are closer and more integrated than we have ever been. Let us focus on the prosperity and the opportunity we can create together. Echoing the words of President Biden, the United States and Mexico are stronger when we stand together. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Francisco. Another round of applause for Francisco de la Lama. So now it's time for our first panel discussion, Trends in 21st Century Media. And our moderator today is Dr. Nicole Turner-Lee, Senior Fellow, Governance and Studies, and Director of Center for Technology and Innovation for the Brookings Institute. Dr. Turner-Lee serves as co-editor-in-chief of the Tech Tank. Dr. Turner-Lee researches public policy designed to enable equitable access to technology across the United States and to harness its power to create change in communities across the world. Her work also explores global and domestic broadband development and internet governance issues. She is an expert on the intersection of race, health, and technology within the context of civic engagement, criminal justice, and economic development. Is she here? There she is.
Yeah, this is one of those things when you've been in a pixel, you forget what it's like to be in front of people. So hi, people. How are you? I'm actually honored and privileged to be here to moderate this discussion. As it's been said, I'm at Brookings Institution, but I'm a long-time fan of the Latino Coalition from my days at the Joint Center for Political and Economic Studies. So hello, family. Hola. Yes, okay, so my Spanish is okay. Hola, ¿cómo estás? Yo está muy bien. Yo estudio español en la escuela secundaria por 5 años, pero no hablo español. I have to be honest. But I'm actually excited to do this panel for a couple reasons. When Diana reached out to me, for example, I've been in media, so this was a really great opportunity to come back to my roots, but also come back to the roots as it intersects with broadband technology. And I just have to ask this question of all of you, because I know I've gone through it in my household. How many people actually watch some of the streaming services that are available online? Netflix, Peacock is one now, right? How many of you fight with other people in your household to look at the streaming service online? It's like my daughter always figures out how to get there first and take up the TV when it comes to streaming. Jackie's nodding her head with her son. We know that this actual transformation of video from what used to be very linear and also what used to be primarily cable-driven has morphed into video streaming. And what's so important about this, I think for a couple of reasons, and I'm not going to age myself too much, is that these options and choices that exist in the marketplace are really important. People like me who still want to look at the news, or my mother or others who want to watch cable networks, we still do. But we also have these options to look at new video alternatives that I think are really important. Also, what's important about it and why we're talking about it today at the Latino Coalition is that video streaming has opened up the door for more actors and players in this marketplace. When I was growing up, there weren't many people that looked like us in that room. And today, through video streaming, we're seeing actors in the talent space, we're seeing creators, we're seeing owners of some of these properties that are actually streaming in ways that sort of begin to reflect, because we're not quite there yet, the diversity of the Latino population on TV. And that is really important, friends, because I have a 15-year-old daughter, and when she sees herself on TV, she doesn't want to be seen as a gangbanger, she doesn't want to be seen in a negative portrayal, she wants positive attributes that come with her cultural efficacy. In the Latina population right now, we've probably got 4 to 5% that work in the creative industry, even though Latinas represent over 18% in terms of the viewer market, 24% in terms of people who represent the movie-going industry or the moviegoers. We need to see people like us. So many years ago, some of us might have been on the other side of the aisle saying, no, 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 let's slow down streaming services. But I think we're actually finding a friendly relationship where there's some cooperation, primarily because, and I'm glad Rosa Mendoza is on the panel, digital is transforming the way we live, learn, and earn. So these devices that we carry in our pockets and purses actually not only stream email content, but they stream video in ways that I think make a significant difference, making us have access to content wherever we are, whatever device. So this is an important conversation. Shameless plug, I am writing a book about this. It'll be out in the fall. So you can have me come back, Latino Coalition. But I'm excited to actually host this panel. And I'm gonna put my glasses on so I make sure I get these bios right. Interestingly enough, some of these folks I've known when they were little people. And now they're all grown up. The first being Jackie Puente. I've known Jackie, I think, for 3 or 4 decades now, you know, too long before we both had kids. She's Associate Vice President of External Affairs at Comcast Corporation, the parent company of Comcast Cable, NBC Universal, and Sky. And in this role, Jackie's responsible for engagement with diverse stakeholders on issues related to brand and reputation, government affairs, community impact, and communication strategies across technology and the media sectors. Throughout her career, Ms. Puente has served as a translator between public, private, and nonprofit entities to promote sustainable and equitable growth. Come on up, Jackie. Let's give her a hand. She's also just a wonderful person. If you know Jackie, she's a great person. You're right. I know, right? You forget, like, none of us are used to the etiquette of actually coming outside, okay? We were like Jackie, top up, not bottom down. So we got to figure that out with these chairs here. The next panelist is Rosa Mendoza, another great friend and somebody that I've known for quite some time. Rosa is the founder and president and CEO of Albanza, and it is her vision, experience, both personally and professionally, and the knowledge of underserved communities that gave birth to the organization and set the tone for the organization's critical mission of ensuring Latinx and other underserved communities have an equal opportunity for success in our technology-driven world. She's getting mic'd up, so let's welcome Rosa with a round of applause. And I'm just getting to know Amy Tenbrink, but I know where she works. She's Executive Vice President and Associate General Counsel at Televisa Univision, where she leads the legal team with respects to all revenue-generating businesses and business development initiatives and serves as strategic advisor. Previously, she led Dish Network's legal team for its content acquisition group, negotiating billions of dollars in content deals annually. She started her career in private practice, focusing on technology and intellectual property. And Amy, we didn't grow up together, but I'm gonna tell you this. I know Univision. I've known it since it was actually started and how important it has become over the years. So let's give Amy a round of applause and all of our panelists. So now that I've aged myself, and Clint over here knows that I try not to do that too much, I want to start out by just doing some level setting on how the video market has changed over the last few years. And so Jackie, I'm gonna start with you. In terms of Comcast perspective, how have streaming services significantly impacted consumers, especially those from Latino communities?
Thanks, Nicole, and thank you. It's wonderful to be here. This is a phenomenal panel. And I think, we can get into the technical numbers here, but I think coming out of, 2 years of spending a lot of time at home, we can just look inside our own households to see how our consumption of media has changed so dramatically over the last 2 years, let alone 5 years or 10 years since I joined Comcast. And I think, we're experiencing such fast change here in this sector, and as we discuss the policy and the rules that are coming behind it, I think it's important to do this level setting to think of some of the larger trends that are happening and what people are talking about. I mean, at one point we were talking about over-the-top services versus cable. Today, we are fully engaged in streaming wars, right, that are driving the cost of content to incredible new levels, right? And I think if we were talking about who are content creators and what are content creators, it's really important that we think of many of these as businesses, right? And that's sort of the nexus with the Latino Coalition, right? That there are folks creating content, there's a huge marketplace to purchase content, and we have to be really thoughtful about the rules of the road and what's happening so that we have access to the best content, that consumers can access it however they would like. And so this is a conversation that can go in so many directions, right? But I think in particular, right, when we think about, and I think of this from the Comcast perspective, we carry 165 independent networks, right? If you look at your bill, right, for streaming services, those are not the majority of where the costs of content are. I mean, I don't think Disney or ESPN is a sponsor of this event, so I can speak freely about where the majority of your costs go there. But then, we also carry almost 54 Spanish language networks, and those are businesses, and some of them are in this room. We've worked to launch independent networks over the years, and we're seeing that as people leave cable, right, as they leave their traditional pay TV, cable, cord-cutting package, which I don't recommend anybody does in this room. But as we see this evolution in the streaming space, it's very difficult to think of how these businesses are going to survive in a streaming-only world, right? And that the deals that are being done to bring content to these platforms need to really be realized for many of the independent creators, many of the diverse creators that our community still goes to for content. And so, we talk about this all the time. We see this every day. It's a very stressful marketplace, and I was reading a research analyst report that in the end, there may only be 3 or 4 global streamers, right? Think about that today. Right now we're talking about Netflix, Amazon Prime, Hulu, all of these things. But if in the end, there is consolidation and we are down to 3 or 4 streaming services, right? Where are these businesses going to fit into this larger marketplace? And so I think this is an important, timely discussion, right? And we can get into the creation, part of this as well. But we need to be really thoughtful about rules of the road that can help promote competition, that can help consumers get easy access to the content that they want to see at the price point that makes the most sense.
Yeah, and I think that makes a lot of sense too, Jackie. And I'm thinking about, Comcast. I see Celeste is here. Laura, this is a different conversation, I think, for many of us. When we start talking about, and I want people to distinguish general over the top versus streaming in its broad sense. But I like the way you frame it. This is around like consumer-centric content. Consumers are driving this now. And Amy, I want to jump to you because I think that sort of does a couple of things. One, it puts more pressure on networks to enter the streaming business, but it also provides opportunities for Latinos to go into the marketplace, which I think is also very interesting. We think about examples like Issa Rae and others who actually open up that market, how do we look at Televisa's Univision's market or business model to increase streaming? And how does that impact the cost of production and distribution of the content that Jackie's talking about?
So I think streaming opens up so many opportunities. When I first started at Dish Network 15 years ago, we were still doing deals for tiny bits of VOD content that maybe you would watch over your set-top box. And they were afterthoughts, right? As we did these deals for linear networks, almost everybody consumed content on a linear network. You had your DVR, which I guess we can think of as you creating your very own personalized SVOD service, as long as you were organized enough to do it.
Right, don't say anything, I still have mine.
I still have mine too, that's right. So what happened, right, was that broadband speeds caught up to transmission of high quality video content. And that really brought the price of entering the market down. We see cable services, right? We see overbuilders like AT&T. We see satellite services. And how much does it cost to enter the market if you have to build out an entire MVPD system to do it? It costs billions. But if you don't need to do that, if what you need to do is put together content and a brand and a product, that opens up the market so a lot more people have access to the market. And that's what we're seeing today. And I agree, over time, I think that we are going to see that the streamers are going to go down to 3 or 4 global streaming companies. But right now we're seeing a lot of opportunity. And Univision, not Televisa Univision, because we closed our merger with $4.5 billion of Televisa content a couple months ago, is really taking advantage of that. If you haven't seen, less than 2 weeks ago, we launched a global Spanish language streaming product. And this is but step one for what we're doing. It has dozens of linear channels. It has thousands of hours of VOD content. Phase 2, which will be the subscription version, is going to come soon to a platform near you later this summer. But what we're seeing is that these are incremental opportunities for content providers. And we've announced a number of big name, big deals that we've done. We've got a first look deal with Eugenio Derbez. We have a deal with Selma Hayek. This is now providing opportunities to create content to people who previously had to go through a much narrower band of opportunities. So we're seeing this. It's really interesting. I laugh at my streaming team all the time. They don't think I'm funny. I said, we have spent 20 years getting away from free, over-the-air, ad-supported linear content. And what have you brought me? Free, over-the-air, ad-supported linear content. But everything is cyclical, right? And what we're seeing now is that same model that we saw, 60 years ago when Univision launched its first station. But that model has adapted for online streaming, which provides a lot more opportunities to a lot more people.
Yeah, I was actually thinking when you were talking about Robert Rodriguez, like if some of us who remember, that was like a big deal when he had a network during the Comcast merger.
Comcast, yes.
I know, during the merger, we were like, oh my gosh, we have like a
That
full
could be a whole other
network.
panel.
Exactly. But it's nice to hear that we're actually adapting to, I think, these new modalities, which really make sense. Which, Rosa, I want to come back to you, because, Rosa has followed the media and tech industry, but most importantly, she's the conscience, I think, of the Latino community when it comes to representation and inclusion. When you listen to where we've come in the media and tech landscape, because you and I have been around this debate for a long time on the public interest side, from a cultural standpoint, what does inclusion in media and content creation mean for the Latino populations? Like, how does that representation really shape not only how we're seen, but how we find ourselves in these policy conversations?
Thank you, and it's great to be on a panel with you again. It's been a while. Thank you to the Latino Coalition for including me and Alvance in this important conversation. Cece, thank you. Danny, I appreciate you. Yes, you know, it's important to have representation because currently the entertainment and media industry do not reflect the diversity of our country, and they should. It's important to have representation because we would see stories that are more relevant to everyone, stories that are more creative, because that's what happens when you have more diversity, stories that are more accurate, and that's extremely important because we need to make sure the Latino stories are told in an accurate way. We got to make sure Latinos are portrayed the way we need to be portrayed. We are part of this country. We have always been. We've contributed to our society, our culture, our history, our economy in every way, shape, and form, and we got to make sure those stories are being told. It would be important for the industry because it would mean that the industry would be more successful. As we all know, diversity sells. As we all know, diversity is good for business. So, you know, when you mentioned why is it important for the Latino community, it's important for the reason you mentioned, you know, when you were giving your introductory remarks. It's important because you cannot be what you cannot see. And just like your daughter wants to see people that look like herself, you know, on TV, so do Latinos, young Latinos. And it's very important that the Latinos understand that they can too, you know, be in this industry. But again, you cannot be what you cannot see. So it's really, really important that we are seen, that we are heard, and that the industry be as diverse as our nation.
That's right. And we win awards. What happened? West Side Story, hello, yes. Right? And Kanto, we win awards where diversity is part of the bottom line.
Is important.
You know?
Yeah, I think, you know, there's a study that's circulating out there that the data in this gets old very fast, right? And this is a big challenge because there is this, you know, misconception that I think that there are Latino stories and there are American stories. And that's not true, right? This is, I mean, we all know that, you know, this community is 100% Latino, 100% American, and our stories are American stories. And, you know, I look at what we're doing at Comcast, for example, and when some of these older studies get called up, I just want to, I want to just scream and just go crazy, right? That's what I like to do. And I think that, you know, what we're realizing right now is that we're in a moment where people expect to see these stories, and if these stories are not presented, people do not go to the box office, right? And you know, I saw the statistic we put out, about 24% of moviegoers during the last 2 years have been, monthly moviegoers are Latino families, right? We're seeing that in the content pipeline right now. Right? Lin-Manuel Miranda is not a blip on the screen, right? This is, and nor is he the first, right? This is a long, you know, evolution of our media marketplace. And I think right now, you know, we see this at Comcast when we make commitments to put 50% of our newsroom as people of color, right? We see this in our production lineup. We see this in the deals we're making, and we're seeing this in our primetime scripted series. Right? But it's more than that because as people go to different mediums to find the content they want, they can be more discerning, right? And so we're seeing that, you know, the shows that are great successes and the shows that are great failures also reflect this identity, and the marketplace tracks that closely.
That's right. I mean, I think that's why it's important to have the Latino Museum, because we got to start there.
That's right.
If we don't tell our history, somebody else will. Sorry, I just knocked out the whole thing. I'm sorry. He's like, lady, stop talking so loud, right? But we've got to yell these things, like Jackie said, because people have always looked at diversity as ancillary to everything else, when we know that we're citizens and we have a story to be told.
But how do we curate this content? That becomes the real question, right? So, and I have to ask a question about VIX, right? That's the service.
That's the new service.
Do those streamers, they call themselves vixens in the office?
They do not, but they obviously should.
I was thinking that when I read the press release.
No, I'm going to promote that.
Please,
yes.
Please ask. So, but you know, we've seen this too with Telemundo. We've created T+ on Peacock, which is where we're aggregating this content. You know, where the community goes to find the content will be as important as the content it is, right? Because that's what's going to create our destiny. That's what's going to determine how these mediums, which survive, which sink, and which swim.
That's right.
So.
Well, Amy, that kind of puts me back to you, right? Because part of this is, and for some people who don't follow media, I always found it so fascinating, like the differences between the scripted and unscripted marketplace, the differences between investing in, you know, a TikTok video versus putting the money into real original programming that curates the stories that Jackie is talking about. how do you do that though on the talent side, on the creator side, when we still are underrepresented in terms of Latinos on the, writing, showrunner, and all the other aspects of the development?
Yeah, and I think it's probably a little bit different for Televisa Univision than it is for a Comcast or a Disney, right? Because we obviously have a mission. It is obviously aligned with representation. But one thing I think is really important, and this is something we have the luxury of doing that I think companies that represent a broader market, if you will, have to really focus on and make a foundational commitment to, is don't tell one story. Yes. You have to tell a lot of stories. And it's not just about putting all of those stories on the screen, but if one of those stories is not popular, that's okay. Because how many white people's stories fail every day?
Right.
And that's the thing, right? It can't be one West Side Story or one Encanto. It has to be a panoply of stories. It has to be scripted and unscripted. It has to be high budget or low budget. And you have to start seeing all of these representations on screen, some of which, let's be frank, are going to be more popular or more commercial than others, and we have to be okay with that.
Yes, yes. And how does streaming, though, and just to kind of stay on you for just a moment, sort of reduce the sunk cost, though, in terms of having this diversity of content and perspectives? I think what you're saying, we're not all homogeneous, all right?
That's
we have
right.
different stories to tell.
Well, and that's especially important with the Latino communities, right? I mean, we're always very careful at Univision to say communities. It's not a monolith. So I think the really cool thing about streaming is it's not in lieu of the content universe that exists in the United States today. Univision has 130 local stations and 11 linear networks that are on cable, on satellite. What streaming is incremental. So this is not replacing, this is not cable fighting it out with streaming, although I know it's often positioned like that in the media.
Yes,
these are incremental opportunities for products, for content creators, for talent, for people who are telling these stories. And that's what I think is really great about streaming, is that incremental opportunity, not in lieu of what exists today, but in addition to, because you and I are going to keep watching the news on cable television.
That's right. I'm still looking for a newspaper.
That's right.
I can't seem to find them. It's so interesting that you said that, Rosa. I want to bring you back into the conversation because I think what's so interesting, and I thank the Latino Coalition for doing this type of panel, because we got a lot of stuff we're dealing with, right? People come, every day is something new, but it's important that how we tell our stories include us. Because if not, those stories are going to continue to look like, the news, where we're putting up, stories that just that vilify us versus glorify us. But Rosa, we got to get more people into the pipeline. And we often talk about the computer science pipeline, but we don't realize that there's so many opportunities in the streaming industry, from animation to being able to write a script to being able to do a variety of things. How do we actually address that pipeline? Because we haven't had a real good conversation about that.
We haven't, but I give credit where credit is due. And although we are not where we need to be yet, we need more diversity in the media and entertainment industry. We all can agree on that. But we have also seen a lot of great progress in the last couple of years. And I do want to point out some examples that I actually wrote down, because I think it's important to acknowledge the progress, because I think we're headed in the right direction, although we're not where we need to be. But I do get very encouraged when I see movies like In the Heights, West Side Story, Encanto, Dora, Coco. These are all great movies, diverse movies, and again, we are headed in the right direction. I'm also very encouraged when I see programs and initiatives like the ones I'm going to mention. Netflix, for example, launched a 105-year plan, to fund organizations that help underrepresented communities find jobs in TV and film. Disney has launched an initiative to amplify underrepresented voices in untold stories, titled Reimagine Tomorrow. Paramount Global, which used to be Viacom CBS, also recently announced the expansion of BET's Content for Change into a company-wide initiative. Content for Change is an initiative that seeks to apply scientific research and data to transform its entire ecosystem, creative ecosystem, I should say. Motion Picture Association and Disney, in partnership with other groups, including Latino groups, also recently launched an incubator program that will deliver training, mentoring, and hands-on production opportunities for young Hispanic filmmakers every year. Motion Picture Association also recently announced a law and policy fellowship which will provide minority-serving institutions, institution law school grads with entertainment industry experience in both LA and DC. This is the type of work that I want to see. These are the type of initiatives and programs that we need in order for us to increase this pipeline. Again, we are not where we need to be. But we are headed in the right direction, and this is encouraging progress. And I can tell you that Alvanza will continue to work with all these companies and advise them when we need to ensure that they continue to move forward in the right direction. Because we need to have not only this strong pipeline, but we also got to make sure that we give an opportunity to those people that are already ready to join these industries.
Yeah, no, and thank you for that shout out. That's John Gibson over at the Motion Picture Association.
That is John Gibson, and he does a great job.
He's been, they put an executive in terms of multicultural, and that's what you get, right? A lot of multicultural.
And that's the thing. I work with these companies, and I work with people that truly care, and that truly want to make a difference. So again, this is progress that we need to acknowledge, progress that we need to applaud, and yes, absolutely, ensure that we push for more, because we are not where we need to be, as I mentioned.
Yes, and Jackie, I think I heard Comcast was also doing something on the technical side, right? Getting more young people into animation.
So we have Telemundo Academy, we have a number of programs if you want to be a writer, director, showrunner, and we have a great website through NBC Universal. Our D&I team really manages these programs, and it's amazing. We have thousands of people apply. This is how you create that pipeline. We bring them in, we give them the training, we give them the on-the-job experience, and we watch them grow. And I'll come back to say, though, it's not enough to have this talent in these companies, right? Something that I think is really important as we think about entrepreneurship is we also need to be supporting the companies that are in this ecosystem that are owned and operated by Latinos, right? And so when I look at VEME, or we have the VEME folks over here, right? When we look at Condista Group, other companies, right, that are creating content, aggregating content, we also need to be thinking about the policies and programs that will support them, because these are the media entrepreneurs that are trying to build, more content. And, and we touched on this a little bit when we talk about short form content, TikTok, things that are on social media, right? My son now tells me that he wants to be a social media star when he grows up. And I feel like
an influencer.
I feel like I've done something terribly wrong, right? But and I said to him, do you know how many people are creating content and how many people actually get paid, right? This is free content that's out there, but you need to have millions of followers, like Mr. Beast, right? To be able to make money in this. And the reality is that so many of our creators are now giving content away for free to some of these services, right? So a Univision, a Televisa Univision, or a Comcast, we can't get content for free. We're paying for the content, right? We're creating hundreds of licensing agreements to bring content on board, and yet we're seeing a very unequal playing field because there are companies that are not paying anything. I won't mention YouTube or others like that. But where this content is going for free, and it's creating also a very unstabilizing or destabilizing force in the market, right? And so if you want to be a filmmaker, if you want to be making television shows and you're creating that content and then putting it out there for free, it's very difficult to gain the traction or have the financing to go and create bigger projects. So we're talking now with a number of these companies and trying to figure out how we can create incentives, right? How can we build a system where there is return, right? Because people need to pay their bills. They can't just be artists, and this is another huge part of the discussion. And these are truly business owners, right? And these are media companies that, are in our communities, that are, worked on every single day. And so we're really focused on that and the voice for them, Spanish language and English language content creators, because it is a huge challenge and something that we're very focused on in the marketplace.
Yeah, go ahead, Amy. Or Rosa, or Amy, I was gonna.
You can go first.
Well, Jackie, you were mentioning how your son wants to be a social media influencer, and that's great. The character, Maria, and I don't know her name, but I'll use her movie name, Maria. The main character of What's the Story used to be a social media influencer, and it's my understanding that's how she was discovered. However, I'm going to give this conversation a little bit of a different twist, because not everybody is as lucky as your son, not everybody is as lucky as Maria, and what I mean by that is that not everybody in this country has access to the internet or the skills they need for them to be able to use that access in order to become a social media influencer. So we have another big problem, not just the diversity problem. We have a problem that is called the digital divide. And this digital divide is very stubborn and is very dangerous and is keeping underserved communities on the wrong side of that divide. and we are not getting these opportunities because we don't have this access or we don't have these skills. So we got to close this divide in order for everyone in our community to be able to realize the potential of online resources, of this online world that provides a lot of opportunities for so many people. So that's yet another problem that we got to tackle.
Yeah, Amy, you want to jump in?
I wanted to say something very similar. You know, it's fantastic, I think, that big companies are doing development programs like this. I mean, we can certainly talk about meritocracy and pipeline and opportunities for days. But I also think we need to keep in mind, this is still a space. Media is very much still a space where it's about who you know.
Mm-hmm.
And who you know matters more than almost anything still. So when we talk about social media influencers, and my apologies, Mom, good luck with your son. But we do have to talk about things like the digital divide, because so many social media influencers have used that as a way to approximate that who you know problem. And when they don't have access to things like broadband, that creates a digital divide that just creates one more barrier to entry for people who already have so many barriers to entry.
Yeah, you know, you're going down my alley. I'm trying not to
We're
be
going
so-
there.
I know, right? I know.
Are we ahead of you?
I know. I keep doing this. It's a shameless plug. I got a book coming out on the U.S. digital divide. I'll just be back, you know, to talk more about it. But I actually want to unpack two things. First and foremost, let's just stay on the digital divide for a second. Clearly, it matters, right? Because with streaming, you got to have enough people who can get online to see it. And if you can't see it, you can't learn it. Pipeline, and you can't create it, which is what we're talking about today. You know, I was always amazed when the Hidden Figures book came out and we found out a NASA scientist was the one that actually contributed to the launch, but she was what we called a hidden figure. And so again, we have to continue to push digital equity as part of the media infrastructure that we're building in this country. I write about that a lot at Brookings, that we tend to see it as bits and bytes, when really it's about keeping people connected to the general ecosystem so they can be part of it, not on the sidelines cheering it.
That's right. And that's part of the problem. The Latinos, we are consumers, but we are not producers.
Yes.
And we need to change that. But again, we will not be able to be producers or consumers if we don't have that access.
Right, and listen, let me just say one thing. Our children are influencers, right?
We are very creative. We are a very creative community.
You better
Don't tell them that.
But we're very creative. And you know, I don't know about you, but I really watched, you know, some videos on TikTok, and they're extremely creative. The ideas that our community come up with, I'm like, wow, you could have your own show. You know, we have a lot of talent in our communities, but again, we got to make sure that these people have the opportunities, the mentors, the talent, the resources in order for them to be able to showcase that talent.
That's right.
And hopefully be as lucky as Maria that was able to get a role in a major movie.
My child influences me every day. So she's an influencer.
So I feel I have to jump in here with some information, because when Melanie was talking earlier, and I'm just so proud of her, and you know how well she's done and how well she represents our communities every single day, right? But there's so much of this that really is about information sharing, and I spend most of my time talking about tech poverty and talking about digital equity and how do we change the direction on some of these stories and in some of these communities where there is broadband and we're struggling to get people to adopt it every single day, right? And I think it's important here. I'm going to jump in and say it. We've worked together with government, community organizations, companies to create some tremendous programs where now the internet is free, right? The cost barrier has been eliminated through amazing work to create the emergency broadband benefit, which is now called the Affordable Community Program, And now this program allows people to have access to high-speed internet for $30 a month, which is available to them. And getting people to use this and understand that it's more than just the access to streaming content, right? That this is where they can do the learning and build their careers online to have this access. And we're not talking about this enough. You know, thinking about the loan forgiveness program, we all go around all day long talking about these programs. And this is where it's really our responsibility as leaders when we get together to think about these programs and bring it home to our communities, bring it home to our families, bring it into our schools and talk about it. Because you're always hearing about somebody who wants to be, you know, a movie director. You know, you think about Robert Rodriguez and what were his barriers to become a film creator, you know, 20 years ago, 30 years ago when he started his career. And today it's so different, but it does still come down to not just poverty. Today it's tech poverty.
That's right.
And that is, you know, so important, and you do such amazing work uplifting this issue. But really, you know, this is all coming together, right? How we consume information, how we get news, right? This is all about the future and how can we be those, good agents, stewards in our communities to make sure that we're closing those gaps.
Yeah, and I love that. And now, look, I know we were running like 10 minutes behind, so I promised the organizers I was going to make this time up in a way so we can get back on schedule, because I know you all we're standing between you and food. But, I love what you're talking about, because I think at the end of the day, media ownership also comes with, correcting some of the misinformation and disinformation about our communities. We sort of don't put those things together, right? When we actually own our narrative, we can actually correct what people try to do to exploit that narrative. So I like what you're talking about, Jackie and Amy and Rosa, about really understanding how this connects to the big picture. Yep, go ahead, Amy.
One thing I think it's important to differentiate too is using broadband as a consumer versus using it as a creator.
Yep.
Because what we see in our station viewership and our consumption is that Latino communities over-index in over-the-air viewership of stations, still, even today, 60 years after the first Univision station. They also tend to over-index on mobile consumption, but neither of those is giving you a platform on which to put your work and your story and yourself out there.
Yep. And that's so important, because you actually need that. Which actually brings me to this sort of last question, because I do think we can talk about this all day, like I said, but I want to recoup some of the time that I think we lost, to be respectful of that. So when I was a girl and I was growing up, talking about West Side Story, I saw the first version of West Side Story. I think it was in black and white, if some of you remember at the time. I mean, I know I am old. The brains make me look young. And if you remember, Rita Moreno sang that song, I want to be in America, I want to be in America. And she won the Academy Award, right? Fast forward to 2022, Ariana DeBose wins the Academy Award. She's a Puerto Rican, Italian, black queer woman. Same role, almost 30 years to the date that Rita Moreno won that award. And I share that because at my age, I still remember that. It still impressed on me, and when I watch it with my daughter, I'm so proud. And I'm even prouder that they actually casted people who were Latino on this one a little bit better, right? Because there was some problems in the first one, if you go back through the history. But that matters, and it matters to the families that sit around the television, or the families that sit around the tablet, or the families that are on the long field trip looking at it in the car. It matters. And I think the conversation we're having with everybody today, as policymakers, as businesses, as individuals, it matters as this media ecology evolves that we understand it the same way that we understand our other inalienable human rights. With that, I want to wrap up with just a round robin. So where will this market go in the next 5 years? So Amy will go with you, Rosa, and then Jackie will end with you. Where are we going to see this market, and what conversation we'll be having in the next 5 years?
I agree with Jackie. I think we're going to see the streaming service options start to shrink. I think what we're seeing from consumers today is we've gone from a $150 a month cable package to, I spend $150 a month on how many services and how many platforms do I have to jump to get there?
Cable is still a value.
and how irritating is that?
And it's becoming cheaper. Look,
that's right.
It's becoming cheaper.
Broadband is actually anti-inflationary. It's amazing.
There it is.
See me afterwards.
So I think we're going to continue to see consolidation there, because this is still very much a young space, but it is becoming a consumer irritation space as well.
Rosa?
I can't say for sure, but I hope that we see a more diverse media and entertainment industry. I hope that this media and entertainment industry reflects the beautiful diversity of our country.
And Jackie?
I think about 5 years ago when we were talking about set-top box rules at the FCC, right, which consumed a good amount of my time, and we had great partnership from the Latino Coalition working on this campaign. And today, we had predicted a future of television that looked so different, and here we are in a very different world already, right? And all these different services. And I think that we're going to see some transformational television events this year. I'll put in a shameless plug for the World Cup that's happening. Everyone will be watching it in Spanish on Telemundo. And I think that we have these moments, right, like a global sporting event, like the World Cup, that interestingly, we just had some data come back, that people think of it as the second most important event in their life after holding their own child.
At least it's second.
And you think about how these experiences, right, and how that drove so much mobile content watching, right, when people were watching World Cup at their jobs, and me especially, like under your desk, checking scores. But I think that we're going to see, that television and what we think of as television and the content that we want to explore really comes with us in many different ways, right? And that there will always be, a traditional sort of linear service that people want for that family time. But we're seeing that people have these more individual viewing patterns that are going with them. And so I think it is much more mobile, and I think that it will be more reflective of the country we live in, because those are the content creators that we have now that are driving the discussion.
Yeah, and I would just say it to everything that you all spoke about. I was just sitting here thinking about 10 years ago, the conversation was very different. Some of the hidden figures that we have, and I know many of you in this room remember, were Tony Cardenas and Yvette Clarke and Val Demings and others who were talking about multicultural media back then. And they were the reasons that we had a Robert Rodriguez, and they were the reasons why we actually had a Miria Cardonas, and the reason we had a Jorge Ramos, and the reason why we have a Lin-Manuel Miranda, right? Because people were the hidden figures and champions behind that. So as this media evolution evolves, let's just go with it and figure out where it takes us, but let's do it on the side of being authentic creators versus just producers. So let's just give a round of applause to this all-female panel of brilliant women. Danny, I'm bringing it back to you. And I'm so sorry, my singing capability wasn't that great, but thank you. I know, just like, have me back when my book comes out. I think I write well too,
Are you going to sing your book on tape?
I'm not even gonna talk it because I got a bad New York accent. Yeah, thank you, everybody.
Wasn't that an incredible panel? Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Rosa. Thank you, Amy, for that incredibly enlightening, enriching panel. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege as a New Yorican. Watching In the Heights, for example, brought me to tears in certain parts of that movie. So the content that our community is able to deliver, and it's not just fiction. We've got incredible non-fiction stories. We're going to be working on videos about military contributions that the Latinos have had from the Revolutionary War to today. And I'm convinced that the story to get the Latino Museum bill passed in Congress, that really ought to be like a 6-part Netflix special, because it's got drama and intrigue and action and adventure. And so there's content there to be had about the incredible contributions that our community has made. And then before I say anything further, I was remiss earlier in saying, for those of you that celebrate the holidays, I want to wish you all a happy Thanksgiving and a happy Passover as well. And then I know everyone is, did I say Thanksgiving? I'm sorry. I meant happy. You know why I said that? Because a few years ago, Thanksgiving and Hanukkah tied it together. So this year it's Easter and Passover. So happy Easter and happy Passover. That year was Thanksgiving. But I know everyone wants to take a little break. So why don't we take a little break, and we'll reconvene at about 1 o'clock. The restrooms are out towards the entrance. Ladies on the left, gentlemen on the right. Thank you all again for your participation today, and look forward to coming back in a few minutes. Thanks again. If I can call your attention to the screens, please.
God shed His grace on thee. His grace on thee.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, forever waves of grace, for purple mountain majesty.
From General Galvez and the over 11,000 Latino troops that helped stem the advance of the British from the South, allowing General Washington to win the War of Independence, to the first full admiral of the United States Navy during the Civil War, David Farragut saying those immortal words, "Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead," to the over 500,000 Latino troops fighting in every theater of World War II, to the legendary exploits of the 65th Infantry Regiment, the Borinqueneers of Puerto Rico, setting the gold standard for the bravery of a combat unit in Korea, to the thousands of Hispanic surnames etched on the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Wall, to the young Latinas and Latinos who have fought and sacrificed for us on the battlefields of Afghanistan, Iraq, and the over 60 Hispanic Medal of Honor recipients. As an Air Force veteran, I can tell you, Latinos take a backseat to no one in the defense of liberty. Thank you for that video presentation. That really was awful because it brought a tear to my eye and I got choked up and I had to recover from that. But it was a beautiful video, so thank you for sharing that. With that, it's now my pleasure to welcome a true friend and long partner of the Latino Coalition and our platinum partner, Walmart, represented today by Dan Bryant. Dan is Senior Vice President for Global Public Policy and Government Affairs at Walmart, leading the company's global public policy efforts and its government affairs activities in Washington, D.C. and internationally. He has led the Government Relations Division and has advocated for clients both at the state and federal levels. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our friend, Dan Bryant.
Well, Danny, Cece, and friends and colleagues, it's a delight to be with you again. It's always great this time of year to join these great business leaders here at the Latino Coalition. It's a real honor to be with you. Hey, teacher, can we have class outside? Have you seen the weather out there? So make sure after lunch and some great panel discussions this afternoon, get outside and enjoy a beautiful day on the Mall and in the nation's capital. So it is a privilege to be back. It's a relationship we value so highly. The opportunity to be partnering with you, it's not optional, it's imperative. We grow as you grow, when you grow. So we are committed to this relationship. Walmart thrives on diversity, and that's true nowhere more than with Latino communities. As a rapidly rising and driving force for America, Latinos are critical for Walmart's continued growth and success. It's a strong competitive advantage for us as we focus efforts on representation, leadership development, and retention in order to create a pipeline of Latino talent that reflects our customer and supplier base. The explosion of annual purchasing power of Latinos in recent years has been dramatic, nearly doubling over the last quarter century. At Walmart, we are aiming to be best in class at partnering with and serving these communities. This has included the development of nearly 730 Walmart stores, which serve uniquely Latino communities across the country. We cannot succeed without Latino-owned small businesses, who are our vital partners in serving these communities and all of our customers. It sometimes surprises people in this age of global markets to learn that nearly 2/3 of everything that Walmart sells in the U.S. is made, assembled, or grown right here in the U.S. Walmart made good last year on what was a 10-year commitment to purchase an additional $250 billion in American-grown and made products. And then last year, we doubled down. We made a new commitment to purchase an additional $350 billion over the next 8 years. Today, Walmart's business network includes more than 2,300 diverse suppliers, and we continue to look for new suppliers with great products and industry expertise who can partner with us to serve our customers even better. Let me leave you with a noteworthy update. Over the last 4 years, Walmart has spent more than $12 billion with Latino-owned businesses. You know what we call that? A good start. A good start. Just like we view our 2,300 diverse suppliers as a good start. but we've got a lot more work to do. That is, though, a great foundation of shared interest and trust, real trust, commercial trust, relationship trust of serving customers with excellence. And we believe we can build an extraordinary future together on that foundation. So, best wishes, muy buena suerte, as you continue to grow your businesses and as you continue to help propel America forward. Thank you.
Hoorah. So thank you, Dan, for those wonderful remarks. And, in addition to our corporate partners, we've got some incredible alliance partners that we so greatly appreciate and admire. You've heard from some of them earlier today. I'll also recognize some of the other ones that are with us today. Dialogue and Diversity. I know Christina was here earlier. Virginia Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Michelle was here as well. American Latino Veterans Association. That's my organization. Congressional Hispanic Leadership Institute. Marianne is here somewhere. And if I haven't identified you by name, please understand that say it out loud. Okay. But if I haven't, then just thank you for being here with us today. And it's now my privilege to welcome another incredible advocate from the United States Department of Transportation, Charles Small. Charles is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Intergovernmental Affairs, Office of the Secretary, and in this role he serves as the primary liaison for state, county, and local elected officials, leading outreach and engagement strategy with non-federal stakeholders. Welcome, Charles. Thank you very much for joining us.
Hi. Hola. Hola. Buenos dias. It's really great to be with all of you today. Omar, thank you so much for the invite. Though I am a little mad at you that you put me after these four brilliant women who were just up here, including Nicole, who's a dear, dear friend of mine, and very, very excited for when that book of hers finally comes out. And if you guys are accepting recommendations, which is actually probably food recommendations, which is actually probably the only really good thing I'm good at, and are planning on going outside today, I would highly recommend the grill down at the Southwest Waterfront. It has an excellent, excellent setup for food and beverages. But unfortunately, he didn't come here today to hear me talk about my food recommendations, even though I've been here a long time and I've eaten at almost every restaurant. You came here to hear a little bit, and the message that I'd like to bring today is a little bit about what we've been doing at the Department of Transportation since the beginning of the Biden administration. We have had the privilege over the last 150 days to begin the implementation of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, which is a generational investment in the United States. But before we delve into that, I just do want to back up and really talk about what's been going on since day one of this presidency. And I had the luxury of being one of those tiny people on the television screen when the president was swearing folks in on day one, if you were watching cable news that day. But since this administration began, we have recorded 7.9 million jobs in the first 14 months, which is the highest for a 14-month period for any presidential administration. Unemployment is down to 3.6%, down from 6.4% from when we started, and that is also the fastest for a 14-month period, 15-month period for any administration. The president's recent budget is calculating that we are going to have over a $1 trillion drop in our deficit this coming year. which is the largest recorded in history, in this country's history, which is also incredible. And what we are doing now with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law is to try to build upon that economic growth. And to that end, we are doing some incredible things with the money that Congress has given us. We project over the next 10 years, 2.7 million additional jobs will come into the U.S. economy because of this law. With the $1.2 trillion investment, the U.S. Department of Transportation has been given $660 billion, I almost said million, $billion over the next 5 years to disperse to our states and communities across the country. We have over 200 implementation activities and need to stand up over 40 new grant and formula programs because of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. This also represents the single largest investment in our country's public transit systems. It represents the single largest investment in passenger rail since the beginning of Amtrak almost 51 years ago. It represents the largest investment in our bridge system since the beginning of the interstate highway system in 1956. It's the largest investment in highways in over 20 years. In addition to the investment, to the largest investment in broadband, the largest investment in our water infrastructure, and the largest investment in electric vehicles in our country's history. And here's the crazy part about this. We did all this without raising taxes. All this investment is coming tax-free to the American people and Latino communities across the country. But unfortunately, that's not what's on the front minds of everyone these days. A lot of folks have inflation at the top of what they're thinking about each and every day. I certainly know in my native Southern California, I went home for Christmas for the first time in 2 years because of the pandemic. And we stopped to fill up after getting out at LAX, and it was $5.23. I looked at my sister and I was like, are we going EV car shopping this weekend? Like, what are we doing here for Christmas? This is crazy. And since then, unfortunately, gas has started to go up. It's starting to peak down a little bit now because of some of the investments that the president has made, but this is a real thing that communities are facing across the country. And what we've learned is that the pandemic has really disrupted supply chains internationally and nationally. And really, when you talk about supply chains, right, it is really that customer journey, that journey of getting that product from somewhere in the country or internationally to your doorstep. I myself invested in a 70-inch television to have that life experience of watching the World Cup in a great way in my home. And that is something that a lot of Americans did because of the actions of Congress with the CARES Act and the American Rescue Plan and this administration, a lot of Americans had money, had cash to burn, and they were at home. And this increased demand created, when coupled with the supply chain issues that we were having because of the pandemic, has created this sort of rise in inflation. So what are we doing about it? Well, first, before I get into that, I do want to recognize the fact that even despite the pandemic, what some of the latest data that I've looked at has found is that the Latino community is doing gangbusters economically. The overall GDP of Latino community in the United States, $2.7 trillion, which would represent the 7th largest economy in the world, which is truly incredible. Latino home ownership is outpacing all groups in the country. And actually, Latino GDP is twice the growth at 5.63% over our country's GDP, which is also really, really incredible. So these actions that we're taking, they're really, I think, in a response to, I think, what our Gen Z friends like to call a vibe shift, and that's what's happening kind of with this pandemic right now. This vibe shift that's happening culturally, spiritually, geopolitically with what you see that's going on in Ukraine, that this vibe shift that's happening economically. And this is what happens after pandemics, right? There's always, in the history of this species, we always have seen a big adjustment in the way humans live and work. And so to that end, to weather this storm, to counter some of the supply chain issues, we've been working very, very closely. I'm a part of the White House Supply Chain Disruption Task Force, and since June of last year, when the task force was first set up, and we named the point envoy John Picari, who just left us to go back into the private sector, but we'll be renaming another point envoy hopefully soon. In October of last year, we were able to work with the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach to move to 24/7 operations for the first time in those ports' history. And if you know anything about the ports of LA and Long Beach, 40% of the nation's goods come in and 30% of the nation's goods go out of those twin ports in LA and Long Beach. We've also been able to work with them to actually levy fees to actually reduce long-dwelling containers. And we've been able to reduce that figure by almost 70% over the last several months. In January of 2020, we've been working with the trucking industry, which is an incredible industry, and 70% of all goods are moved by trucks in this country. It's really, really incredible. But we've also been able to issue more CDLs, or commercial driver's license, over 120,000 in the last 2 weeks to get more drivers out into the field. And when you compare this with actually the pre-pandemic numbers, there are 35,000 more truck drivers on our nation's roads than there were pre-pandemic. This is often due to red tape. Red tape has been one of the reasons why we've had a bit of a trucker shortage. And Secretary Buttigieg, in accordance with Secretary Walsh, we've actually been able to reduce the wait time to set up those CDL trucking license apprenticeship programs from 8 months to literally 2 days. So we've been cutting red tape and doing whatever we can to really address the supply chain crisis. We've also initiated a new flow initiative. And if you actually talk to a lot of these smart folks who work around ports and work around rail and trucking, it's actually data sharing that is actually really the secret sauce of moving these products. I know we just had Walmart up here, one of our great logistics companies. That type of data sharing is really, will really allow us to really address a lot of these supply chain issues. Because what's really interesting about this is oftentimes the ports aren't talking to each other, the truckers aren't talking to the ports, the rail guys aren't talking to the truckers, and they're not talking to the ports either. We've got to get them to talk, to share that data, to actually reduce wait times and get these products out into the field. So what have we been doing on the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law side to address the supply chain crisis, to kind of weather this storm? Well, we've been really busy. And since January, we have been rolling out essentially a new program every single week to do just that. A couple that I think are really, really important that really get at these supply chain issues are one, our Port Infrastructure Development Grant Program. We are actually actively receiving applications for that program right now, but it is at a record, I think now, $698 million, over $400 million than the previous year's program. Another program that we're getting ready to roll out that I think will be also of really a big interest is our Bridge Discretionary Grant Program. This is going to be one of our key ways that we address and rebuild our nation's bridges. Of 15,000 bridges, sorry, let me correct that. 45,000 bridges across the country are listed in poor condition. We've got to do a better job of fixing that. Another key program that actually we're closing on applications today is our RAISE grant program, and that stands for Rebuilding American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. That is now at a record $2.275 billion. And that is one of our chief programs that we work with, particularly communities of color across the country, to get federal funds in to local communities. So we have quite literally, and actually in the Secretary's discretion, he has about $120 billion of funding that he can direct to communities across the country wherever he sees fit. So this is going to be an incredible opportunity to partner with all of you and actually deliver a world-class transportation system for your communities. I do want to close here because I just got the hook sign from the folks in the back. By sharing a story, and I think it kind of fits in to the theme of this conference, what's the next normal? When we were in New Jersey a couple of months ago, one of the mayors shared a comment with the secretary that I think stuck with a lot of us, that the stress of her commute did not enable her to be the mom that she wanted to be. And that's why we do this. We want to make sure that we're being the best parents, that we're being the best brothers and sisters, and that we're in terms of what's next, what does this look like, what does all this investment look like? I think if we do our jobs correctly, we will rebuild and ensure the integrity of the top 10 most traveled bridges in this country, which actually are all next to large Latino communities across the country. 5 of those bridges are in my home county of Los Angeles, California. I think if we're doing our job with what's next or what the next normal is going to be, we are going to be creating a tech talent pipeline to ensure that we are building the EV charging network of the future, and ensuring that all those jobs are going to be high-paying jobs and also are going to be equitable across communities in the United States. I think what's next is that we're going to take that record investment in public transit so that we can be those better parents, so that mayor in New Jersey can get to see her kids when she needs to see her kids, or take them to practice when she needs to take them to practice in an easier way. And so I'm really excited to partner with all of you, whether it's on the private side or the public side, to deliver this bill to the American people, to deliver this record investment to Latino communities across the country. We've been blessed by Congress to be able to do this. Now it's our turn to deliver, and I look forward to doing that with all of you in the coming years. Thank you so much.
Yes, and our Latino-owned businesses and our Latino workers need to be part of rebuilding America with that infrastructure bill. So thank you very much for your comments. I was remiss earlier in not recognizing Amy Hinojosa with MANA. Thank you so much for being here. It's now my pleasure to welcome and introduce TLC board member Rafael Cuellar to provide an invocation for our lunch. Thank you so very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. If you'll indulge me and bow your heads as I pray. Dear wise and loving Creator, first let me say thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. Thank you for life itself, for the measure of health we need to fulfill our callings, for sustenance and for friendship. Thank you for the ability to be involved in useful work and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thank you for the forbearance in today's precarious times to be observant and vigilant in preserving what we hold dear. In the scriptures, you've said, citizens ought to obey the governing authorities, since you've established those very authorities to promote peace, order, and justice. Therefore, I pray for our leaders, locally, nationally, and globally, and I'm asking that you would graciously grant them the wisdom to govern amid the conflicting interests and issues of our times, a sense of welfare and true needs of our people, a keen thirst for justice and rightness, confidence in what's good and fitting, the ability to work together in harmony. And please give them personal peace in their lives and joy in their tasks. I pray for their agenda as our leaders to benefit the people they govern, and for their leadership to be selfless for the betterment of whom they serve. It is in your most blessed name I pray. Amen.
Much better. Thank you, Oscar. Can we have a round of applause for our voice of God, Lydia? Voice of Goddess. And also, I was remiss in not acknowledging one of our other partners, the Libre Initiative. Michael Monroy is here. Hope you enjoyed our lunch. Can you join me in saying thank you to our servers and the people that prepared the food? Thank you so much. I would now like to introduce the President and Managing Director of the Latino Coalition, Cici Rojas, our dear friend. Cici is the bomb, as we all know. In addition to her role with TLC, she is the co-founder and president for Tico Productions and Tico Sports, a multicultural marketing and sports broadcasting agency. Tico Sports is the official Spanish broadcast production partner for several professional and collegiate sports teams, including the Kansas City Chiefs, the Baltimore Ravens, and the Philadelphia Eagles. I almost choked on saying Philadelphia Eagles, as a New York Giants fan, to name a few. In addition to her business, she is also actively engaged in her local community, serving on many civic boards, including president of the Kansas City Ballet, Stower Institute, Guadalupe Center, YMCA Kansas City, Arvis Bank, St. Luke's Health System. Nationally, she serves as my colleague on the Friends of the National Museum of the American Latino. Thank you for your service on that board. USA Volleyball, and most recently, she was elected as the board chair of the YMCA of the USA. The first Latino to hold that office, and we are so incredibly proud of her. Please join me in welcoming Cici Rojas.
Thank you, Danny. I know every time people introduce me around about the sports teams that we work with, because, you know, they're all rivals. You know, the Eagles don't like the Cowboys, or, you know, well, we all know those rivalries, but it's kind of fun to hear that. But so, you know, I was thinking about my remarks today. I said, you know, I'm just going to scrap it on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to try to do some predictions around the NFL draft. That might be a little bit more, that might be more fun. But no, I don't want to try to do that. So, first of all, thanks everyone for being here today. I really appreciate it, especially all of our partners that are in the room, both corporate and our alliance partners. We can't do this work without you, so thank you very much. And before I provide the introduction for Marvin Figueroa shortly, I did want to just spend a few minutes on a few thoughts that I have. So it's been about a year and a half since Jeanette and I started our journey together, again, leading the Latino Coalition, but I do have a few thoughts. And so what I was thinking about is, it's so typical for leaders of organizations to say, there has never been a more important time for our group. It's overused. But I think for the Latino Coalition, I really think that it's true. And I want to tell you why. The path for upward mobility for the Latino community is so important. Historically, that path has been found through entrepreneurship, through small business ownership, and the policies that create a fair and balanced playing field. But today, in this country, we are in the midst of an economic environment trying to reestablish and normalize across many business imperatives, including seeking sources for incredible and trusted information in a quickly evolving media space, workforce issues, and challenging supply chains, all the things we rely on to power our communities and our businesses. That is why we purposely chose these topics for today's summit. The topics are important to all of segments of our economy and critical to small businesses. We are passionate about why it's important to Latinos. I am grateful and proud that the Latino Coalition today is an established, respected, and growing organization because our community needs us, and they need us to keep growing in size, strength, and influence. Because it is not an overstatement to say that our nation's great history of entrepreneurship is still a little at risk as a result of the pandemic and other forces at play in the world and the continued effect on our small business community. But in adversity, we also know and have witnessed the resilience of Latino businesses, and we are more committed than ever to continue the important work in advocating on behalf of the Latino business community to ensure our collective voice is amplified on policy issues that impact our future successes and eliminate as many barriers as possible. We accomplish this through the work of many committed partners and friends, and I appreciate, once again, all of you who are here with us today. And it is my honor now to introduce one of our key partners and friends, Marvin Figueroa. Marvin serves as a director of the Office of Intergovernmental and External Affairs, IEA, at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, HHS. In this capacity, he is the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Principal Advisor on strengthening intergovernmental relationships with state, local, and territorial tribal governments, as well as private sector, nonprofit, faith-based, and other external partners, to advance the administration's health and human services priorities. In addition to leading the IEI staff in Washington, D.C., Director Figueroa oversees the regional offices representing the Secretary and the administration at both the state and local levels. Director Figueroa is originally from La Ceiba, Honduras, and is a proud Garifuna. He is an alum of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus Institute and the Posse Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director Figueroa to the stage. I just jumped up.
Didn't expect the workout.
Nice
seeing you again. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll get started. President Rojas, on behalf of Secretary Becerra, Secretary of Health and Human Services, I want to thank you for extending us the invitation. This is an incredible event of public policy leaders, entrepreneurs, and business executives. And your work is felt not only here in Washington, but also felt across the country. I also want to thank my good friend, Danny. Danny has been a good friend since I moved to the Commonwealth of Virginia. And I'm not only in awe of all you do in business, but also how you find time and your tireless efforts to ensure that our story, the Latino story, is told in the National Mall through your work with the National Museum of American Latinos. So thank you so much. Looking around the audience, it's a lot of familiar faces. Esto es como una reunión de familia. And I will say that there's a lot to catch up on, but I'll spare you the filibuster today. And I'll focus my comments on three interrelated topics. One is COVID-19, return to work, and behavioral health. We can't take for granted that we are in person. To be able to put this into context, let's think about where we were in April and March of 2020. I was in the cabinet of Governor Northam of Virginia. And I remember the first time that we got word that we had our first confirmed case down in Fort Belvoir. And the meetings shifted. It went from legislative strategies to what's in the General Assembly to what do we do to contain the spread? Then it was how do we mitigate the spread? And then it was stay at home. And I recall being afraid, not afraid of contracting the virus at the time, but I was afraid for people in my community in the Bronx, because I knew that they were at risk. They didn't have insurance most of the time. They didn't have time off to go to the doctor if they did. Many of them lived in food deserts. And then they also had chronic conditions. Look, what we saw wasn't new. We knew about this already. And the results were fairly predictable. Latinos and African Americans bore the brunt of this virus. And the faces of those who passed away, a lot of them look like mine, look like yours. And those individuals come from communities like ours. There's little doubt that we are better off today than we were a year ago. And we're much better off than the darkest days of this pandemic 2 years ago. We have more tools now than ever before to prevent, fight, and treat COVID-19, including vaccines, therapeutics, and boosters. And that's due to the all-of-government approach that this president has taken. But it's also a different kind of focus. It's not only about vaccinating people, it's about going where people are. The secretary likes to talk about the numbers. So here are the numbers. Last May, according to the CDC, about 43% of Latinos were fully vaccinated, compared to 56% of white adults. Today, 83% of Latino adults are vaccinated, compared to 82% of white adults. So we've done a lot together. Part of that was going where people are. It was going to poultry plants. It was ensuring that we had trusted messengers that looked many like you all, that were talking about the fact that these vaccines were efficacious and they were safe to take. But we also looked at partnerships differently. We went and we partnered with small businesses, because sometimes folks don't want to go to the doctor's office, but they have to go to the bodega, or they have to go to a small business that they always frequent. And so we went to those communities, and I hope that we don't forget that, because that's how we were able to close that 10-point gap. And so due to our collective efforts, our lives and look just a little bit more normal. And so a lot of our folks are going back into the workplace. And this is gonna be an adjustment. So it's not just whether or not you give a pound or you give a handshake or you give a hug, but it's also how do we space out? How do we think about and how do we rethink health in the workplace? Before then, the goal was to just power through, wasn't it? But now we know that we have to have the kind of sick leave policies, or we have to have the workplace policies to ensure that our workplaces are safe enough for people to return. We at the Department of Health have resources through the CDC to help you determine the level of risk in the community at the time, and do be in contact with us just on what additional resources you'll need. And then part of that additional resources that we have to also, again, focus on behavioral health, something that oftentimes we haven't. But again, you have seen the stories and you know what we're seeing in our communities. We're seeing increased suicide rates. We're seeing an increase in overdose. We have more and more grieving families. We have more and more of those empty chairs around the table. 2 out of 5 adults suffer from symptoms of anxiety and depression. Black and brown communities, again, unsurprisingly, are disproportionately undertreated, even though the burden of illness is increasing in our communities. Here again, we're gonna look at the business community to help us address these issues, not only on how do we integrate behavioral services into the workplace, but what does it mean to make these services more available? And let's be honest, in our community, it's also about how we make sure that people actually attend and access these services, because there's still that stigma in our community about going and seeking behavioral health services. So again, we're gonna be partnering with you all to make sure that we make a dent in that. I'm gonna end by saying that, look, I'm proud of all that we've done together. I didn't talk about the fact that during this pandemic, we slashed the uninsured rate in the Latino community. The fact that we were able to make a dent in childhood poverty, and that we did so much good work together to reimagine partnerships that we are today have the higher vaccine rates. But there's a lot more work to do. And these are the kind of legislative summits that we look at for new ideas, for new partnerships, and new ability to move forward. So I'll end by saying that I want to thank you all for all that you have done in the face of despair and disbelief. And it's because of your efforts that we feel very confident in the Biden administration that we're going to meet the moment. You have a friend in me and you have a friend of Secretary Becerra. Don't hesitate to call. Thank you, and we'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Jeanette Pringer to present the TLC Leadership Award.
I didn't have to hop up. I found the stairs in advance. It doesn't work so well with high heels. Thank you so much, Marvin. This was really great to hear his comments. And we have someone else who has been public service that I'd like to talk about now. It is my honor to present the Latino Coalition Leadership Award to a good friend of the Latino business community, Senator Roy Blunt from my home state in Missouri. Building on a background as a public servant, university president, and a teacher, United States Senator Roy Blunt was elected to the United States Senate in 2010. Senator Blunt serves as the chairman of the Senate Republican Policy Committee and as the ranking member of the Senate Rules Committee. He also serves on the Senate Appropriations Committee, the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee, and the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. He is also the ranking member of the Appropriations Subcommittee on Labor, Health, and Human Services and Education. The Latino Coalition presents this award to an individual who has demonstrated fierce commitment to our community and who is always willing to go above and beyond for efforts that positively affect our ability to achieve success and upward mobility. His efforts on behalf of the National Museum of the American Latino in late 2021 helped propel the initiative for Latinos. The museum will take its place in a signature location on the National Mall. There were many involved in this immense project, including many in this room, and Senator Blunt ensured it would be put forward for a vote to make it a reality. For this and many other reasons, we are honored to present Senator Roy Blunt with the 2022 Latino Coalition Leadership Award. Congratulations, Senator Blunt, TLC Leadership Award winner. The senator is out of the country, but we have a video message from him, and we will give him this beautiful award when he is back and we're able to see him in person again.
Good afternoon. I really wish I could be with you all in person. I'm deeply honored to receive the Latino Coalition Leadership Award. Both the House and the Senate, I've spent a lot of time on these issues, and I was certainly proud to chair the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration when we passed the authorizing legislation for the National Museum of the American Latino nearly a year and a half ago. I'm certainly grateful to Cece Rojas for appearing before the committee in support of the legislation. Cece and her colleagues at the Latino Coalition Foundation and the Friends of the National Museum of the American Latinos efforts have been incredibly helpful in getting the museum's authorizing legislation across the finish line. We just held a hearing a few days ago with Smithsonian Secretary Lonnie Bunch, and one of the topics of that hearing was moving forward with site selection for the new museum. And following up with our team and my staff, I said, let's be sure that we don't do anything that would slow down meeting that deadline by the end of this year. And let's also be sure we pick a location that will stand the test of time and be a proud place for that museum to be. Our museums all tell our uniquely American story and ensure our country's history is passed down from one generation to the next. The stories of American Latinos are significant and need to be told. Today, Latinos make up nearly 1/5 of the U.S. population, making them the largest ethnic minority in the nation. The Latino community has made invaluable contributions to every field: medicine, music, entertainment, sports, commerce. This broad impact on our society and who we are has made such a difference. Latinos have served in our armed forces and across all branches of the government. They've strengthened the American spirit of innovation and shaped our culture, and that list of accomplishments is really far from complete. Although the museum was authorized in December of 2020, a lot of work still remains to be done before all American Latinos can fully walk into a museum that truly honors the stories and experiences of the American Latinos. Fortunately, I'm pleased to say that later this year, the Smithsonian's set to open a permanent 4,500 square foot Latino gallery, the Molina Gallery, in the National Museum of American History. I look forward to visiting that gallery, and I look forward to watching the National Museum of the American Latino be built from the ground up. The National Museum of the American Latino will celebrate the community's contributions and deepen our understanding of our history. It's an exciting moment. It was an honor to play a small role in that endeavor. During my time in the Congress, I've been proud to support legislation that bolsters small businesses, legislation that ties our Latino heritage closer to the understanding and history of our country, In those small business efforts, Hispanic-owned businesses are an important part of communities across Missouri, and I hope to see even more Hispanic entrepreneurs choose our state to start to grow a business in the years ahead. In 2017, we passed comprehensive tax reform that includes tax cuts for Main Street businesses. This legislation created opportunities and promoted investment across the country, and for me, especially in our state. I've also been a strong advocate for free trade. The United States-Mexico-Canada agreement leveled the playing field for American businesses, brought U.S. trade into the digital age, and helped businesses complete and succeed around the globe. I think we also ought to be looking at the Western Hemisphere when we think of near-shoring, and I think because of Ukraine and other things that have happened, we're going to be thinking more and more about how we do business and where we get the things we need. Recently, I met with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce of Greater Kansas City. We spoke about a number of topics, including growing opportunities for Hispanic-owned businesses. I believe when you have the right policy and the right tax policy and the right regulatory policy in place, businesses prosper. So thank you again for this award, and thank you for all you do for the business community.
We're very fortunate that we will be seeing the senator in June and presenting him his award in person, and we'll make sure to let everybody know on our social media and on our platforms when he's been able to have that presented to him in person. Danny?
Jeanette, thank you so very much, and thank you to Senator Blunt. You know, when they do make that Netflix special on how we got the museum bill passed, Senator Blunt is going to play an important role. He's an unsung hero because without him authorizing the committee hearing in the Rules Committee, we probably wouldn't have been able to get that bill passed. So he's an unsung hero. With that, I think it's time for us to take a little 15-minute break. Thank you so very much, and we'll get together in about 15 minutes. Thanks again.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your MC with the most, Mr. Danny Vargas, back to the stage.
And now it's my pleasure to welcome our next panel, the future of work here and now, and the moderator of our panel. Welcome back, Jeanette Prenger.
Agua, not cerveza. First off, I'm very honored to be here moderating. I've got 3 women. So, Danny, you mentioned this earlier. The Latino Coalition is looking more like the Latina Coalition. And we've got 3 powerful, amazing women. As I call your name and read a little bit of the bio that we have for you, please come up on stage. So, the first one I'd like to introduce is Ms. Carla Chavarria. Sounds so sexy, Carla, and you say it much better than I do. Carla is Senior Vice President and Chief Human Resources Officer for AMC Entertainment, where she is responsible for all aspects of human resources, including talent acquisition, diversity, equity and inclusion, learning and development, total rewards, engagement, performance management, succession planning, and human capital management systems. Welcome, Carla. Next is Belinda Harrison. Belinda serves as General Counsel for the Latino Coalition and the Latino Coalition Foundation, as well as numerous other for-profit and not-for-profit companies. She has over 20 years of experience in complex commercial litigation, government relations, corporate governance, nonprofit formation and governance, employment issues, insurance, regulatory and defense, risk retention, group formation and compliance, surplus lines insurance, transportation law, and domestic law. Woo, underachiever. Welcome, Belinda. And our final panelist today is Jackie Kirk. Jackie is the CEO of ECU Communications, a leading woman-owned and full-service digital agency specializing in innovative, scalable, and transformative communication solutions. In 2004, Jackie pioneered her company from the kitchen table with a laptop and an eye on federal government contracting opportunities. Today, ECU is an award-winning agency serving national, high-profile public sector programs for clients like the U.S. Small Business Administration, U.S. Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Department of State, and others. Welcome, Jackie. Well, we've all heard it over and over. We're coming out of the pandemic. We are almost like we've been in a war for the last 2 years. Started off with a big scare. Most of us have had somebody who we have known suffered gravely from this virus, and our own workplaces also suffered, especially in the beginning. We had to quickly learn to adapt and become productive if we were going to survive. Sink or swim. So these Latinas have stories that they can share, and I wanted to start it off as to, and we can just go right down the line, Carla, then Belinda, then Jackie. What are some of the pros and cons that evolved from having to force yourself and your environment into this new paradigm?
Thank you, Jeanette. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. Pros and cons, I would say one of the pros is that we're getting to be better communicators. We're finding our way to meeting our people where they are. In the beginning, it was tough. We didn't know what hit us. We needed to increase our communication and frequency of communication significantly. Certainly, we needed to show up with empathy. But it was a change in our behavior in such a way that we needed to begin sharing our own experiences, telling them that we were in it with them, making sure that we were staying connected with our people on a whole person basis. So you can no longer just treat the people that work with us on an employee-employer relationship. You need to think about it in terms of individual contributions, their unique talents and skills, and the circumstances in their lives. Some parents, some dog lovers, some people taking care of their own parents, and meeting them where they are. The other thing that we learned to do, a new tool in our toolkit, was adding listening sessions. The CEO, the Chief Operating Officer, and myself made a concerted effort to talk to our people, but to listen, and to spend time with different communities to make sure we understood the challenges that they were facing, how they felt valued or undervalued at the organization, and it gave us the opportunity to really take a look at ourselves and think about how we could take action that actually met the needs of our people. And the other, Cece and I were talking about ERGs and affinity groups. We've elevated that concept to councils to the CEO. So these are about communities within AMC, women, Latinos, African Americans, LGBTQ+, talking to us about what we can do that's actionable to change the environment such that they feel valued and committed and remain loyal to AMC.
Excellent. Belinda.
Great points. Arguably, our greatest resources as a company is our human capital. And starting from the C-suite down, we need to ensure that we're taking care of that human capital. With this COVID-19 pandemic, it seems like much more care is needed than ever before. And so it's important for the C-suite group of people that maybe haven't been that strong in that area to develop those talents and those strengths, because it really has to come from the top down. And I had recently a client, a C-suite employee of a client, tell me, that she herself was feeling just so much pressure, so much tension from everything, all the changes that were transpired, everything that has to go into now a mobile workforce. And she just sat in her office and thought, if I'm feeling this way, what must my employees be feeling? And this particular person, like many people in the C-suite, type A personality, not necessarily touchy-feely, doesn't mean she's not good with people, but not necessarily in the business of taking care of those feelings,
thought she wanted to send out some sort of communication to the company and say, hey, it's okay not to be okay. It's okay to tell us when you're not okay. And we think that what we've heard is that employees are sometimes scared to go to their managers, to their upper level, and even upper level management to say, something's wrong. I need assistance. I need for you to help me through this transitory period. Now, while working at home has been a tremendous benefit for a lot of people, and especially, I think, the minority community, it also presents some challenges in the personnel area. And I can speak to the legal challenges, because here comes the lawyer ruining everything for everybody, and we can get into that in a little bit. But I think, again, just making sure that your C-suite level people understand how they need to communicate with these people, with their people, with compassion and with understanding and with some creativity. That's what I've been seeing a lot of people coming to me for counseling about, which isn't really legally related, but nonetheless.
Great point. From my point, resiliency had to be at the top of every level, because as a leader leading my own organization, you have to stay positive. You have to be flexible, you have to be able to listen, and you have to be able to be adaptable. I had to learn that too. I'm very flexible, somewhat adaptable, because when I have something in my head, that's really how I want to move forward. I became to be more adaptable. So that's a good thing. Before the pandemic, our office was 100% in person. We were able to make the transition to a virtual environment almost overnight, because everyone had the equipment. We had prepared for that, let's just say, but we had not prepared for that mentally. So that became a challenge on learning how to operate in a virtual environment, learning to not just go and knock on a door and say, hey, I have a question, can I ask you something? Everything had to be about connecting through Teams or Zoom, or not even picking up the phone. People just don't like to pick up the phone. So everything became text, and we all had to adapt. At the same time, just having to really stay positive. We are either, anybody who's running a company, we're still human. We still have issues. So staying positive, being attentive to our employees, making sure we're listening to them. And pretty much a lot of the things that you've already said. On the positive side, I would say that we would have never envisioned hiring people from out of state. And so it opened a window of opportunity for us to bring talent that otherwise would have never been possible. And now we have people working in Nebraska, some people working in Florida, and we have amazing talent. So it made us the opportunity to think in a different way as well.
I remember when I got into IT, I'm really dating myself, I learned assembler language on key punch cards, and my father said, one day, because of technology, you'll be able to work from home. We didn't realize that we'd be forced into it the way we were with COVID. And so the next question, working from home. Some industries, obviously, I supply IT talent. We did it very seamlessly. Everybody already had laptops, had the cybersecurity, had all the protocols in place, as well as we pay for internet for our employees because of that, their ability to be able to work from anywhere, including home if they needed to. Working from home, how quickly was your workforce able to get up and running and productive in your industry, in your team? Carla?
Yeah, it was tough for us. We have a mixed population, so we have theaters across the United States. We don't have film product. COVID shuts you down, so I don't have any work for those people. So they really weren't working from home. They were working in isolation at the theater to stay busy, doing inventory, but we shut down a lot of jobs. For the people who work in our corporate office, it was, I would say, dramatic. A lot of people say, oh, working from home, it was great. But if you remember the beginning, how do I manage my children? How do I manage being in the home with my spouse or significant other all day long? Besides the stress and fear of COVID itself.
our technology team wasn't ready for it. I mean, getting everybody set up at home. The expense of it, some people had to figure out how to build a home office in their closet, in their kitchen, on their dining room table, in their basements. So it was difficult, and I would tell you it was what you would call fast learning, right? You had to adapt, as we talked about, and you had to have the fortitude to stick it out. And we were fortunate because we're still here today, but a lot of people aren't.
So just a quick add-on to that. So you were able to have your back office working from home. It was a little painful. What is the percentage that are now back in the office?
That's so good. Our CEO would prefer that percentage was 100%. But the reality is our population is in 3 different tranches. 1, they only want to work from home. 2, they only want to work in the office. Our accountants want to be in the office every single day. 3, I want some choice. I like the structure and the discipline and the security of having an office, but I want to come in when I want to come in. I like working in the office a couple days, but I like working from home a couple days. So it's mixed, and it's still a little challenging to manage.
So you didn't answer the question. What do you think that percentage is?
I know what our percentages are. For us, it's 22% that are actually remote, full-time.
That's actually not too bad. And as a quick follow-up to that, because I'll be asking each of you ladies this, Jackie, you'll be next. What's that age demographic or other type of demographic breakdown of those who are wanting to be in the office versus those, because I look at the hybrid as being more flexible, they'll come in when they need to.
That's right.
So whether it's working from home or working in the office, what's that demographic breakdown?
You know, managing across generations is really what you're talking about, because it's not all of my millennials. My millennials like socializing with one another. They like being in the office. They still like getting to a happy hour. So a lot of them would prefer to work in that third category of a little bit in the office and a little bit at home. The 22% for us is really by job category. So it really doesn't have an age or a particular makeup. It's by requirement.
Okay, very good. Jackie, I mean, you're in technology, quasi. Tell us about your environment.
We are about 60% back to the office. Again, we had to add some flexibility because they're in the category where they no longer feel that 100% back in the office is good for them. So we have to add that flexibility and adaptability. And it does work for most people. It does not work for everyone. So there are some issues with that as well. And I can touch on that now or later, but there are issues with everyone thinking that they can work from home. Not everyone, they may have all the equipment, but they do not have the ability to work from home. So we've had to deal with some of that. In terms of the age, the younger folks are the ones who are really vouching more for working that hybrid type of work environment. People that are more set in their ways, a little bit older, they don't mind coming to the office every single day. So that's sort of the mix.
And in a law office where you probably work in isolation sometimes and then other times have to collaborate with your teams, what's it been like, Belinda?
Well, personally, we never have to be there. I mean, as attorneys, we really can work from anywhere because everything we do is virtual. Everything we do is electronic, research, writing, even meeting with clients now. We're doing that via Zoom and different apps. Courts, now we can even participate via WebEx. So if you're in litigation, oftentimes you don't even have to be in court, although our local courts, where I am in Missouri, have opened up quite a bit. So for my particular industry, you really don't have to be in the office at all, other than for, as you said, just the congeniality and just having the social network. But even collaborating with other attorneys is very easily done virtually these days. But what I've seen more with the companies that I represent or I'm general counsel for is that hybrid has become almost a necessity, especially if you're in a field where you're where there's a shortage of labor and a shortage of high acquisition talent. It's a demand, and people are finding out how much more a hybrid model
is better for their life, and they are better able to care for their children, sometimes for ailing parents, just their own personal needs and well-being, going to doctor's appointments, whatever the case may be, whatever your situation is. The hybrid model seems to work really, really well, and again has been a demand. I know I've had some clients that have lost really good talent because they've been stuck in that. We got to get people back, we got to get people back, we got to get people back. And honestly, I don't know if you've read a lot of the studies that are out there, but we've been in this now long enough that there are studies, and most of them have shown that with the hybrid model, companies are retaining at least 35% greater retention rate, and the productivity is not suffering as much as they had feared. So I think it is just a matter of being creative about that. However, on the legal side, I will say there are quite a few pitfalls with that. You've got to be very prepared. You please speak with your counsel if you're considering the continuation of working from home. There are so many things that arise from, you talked about 22%, and it has to be done in a manner that they can't claim discrimination. It has to be done based on the job description, and is that conducive to working at home, making sure you're not treating people differently. Then you've got issues like minimum wage in different states, and you've got issues if you do have employees in different states. Those states' laws may apply, not just the state that you're in, and we're talking about wage, we're talking about workers' comp. Did you know that if you slipped in your own home, you might have a work comp claim for your employer? We're talking about overtime pay. Because employees are at home and can be connected and want to be good employees, they may, outside of work hours, log in quickly to check an email or return a phone call, and now they're over their 40 hours. It doesn't matter that they're not supposed to be working. If they've worked that time, you're responsible to pay that. Other things can be done in terms of discipline if they're doing that often, but those are just a few of the things. There are so many points that I could hit on that it is a wonderful model, and I think it's going to be necessary to retain talent, but it is absolutely crucial that you talk to your HR managers and to your legal counsel to ensure that you're hitting all of the requirements to successfully accomplish that, especially if you have employees that are cross state lines.
I'd like to add, so we are on version 3 or 4 of our work from home policy. And that's because initially we had no work from home policy and had to come up with something, then talk to the attorneys, they drafted something. And every time you have a situation, you have to go back to the table and add whatever experience you had so that it mitigates any risk for your company. We recently had a new person coming to work for us. She wanted 4 days at home, 1 day at the office. I absolutely did not want to do that because we've told other employees 3 days at home, 2 days from the office. So the minute you accept that, you have to have that balance, and everyone's watching. You have to be very fair with everyone. So we've gotten back to 3 days at the office, 2 days at home, and that's standard for everyone, at least for now. There may be a version 6 or 7 coming up at some time in the future, but for now, there's a lot of paperwork that we have to consider for that.
Carla, I think you'd agree. That's why employee handbooks start out like this and end up like this. That one-off person that sets the motion for others to follow. I think there was something that we hit on, and this is interesting because we say, is the future of work now? Are we really living it? And I think we are, and we're having to explore what the legal ramifications are for your industry. What will make the most sense? I agree, Carla, or millennials, they actually want to be in the office. They enjoy the collaboration, the camaraderie, they like doing things with other people. I also think, and this is especially important, I believe, for minorities and women, it takes longer for people to take notice of us. We work harder, we stand up to the challenges, and that was pre-pandemic. If you're working from home, your ability to be recognized for your efforts and productivity are a little bit more diminished. And I love that our millennials want to be in because they then get an opportunity to hear challenges and some of the water cooler talk on different options and hear how we go about what's our mindset as we try to come up with solutions. And so the millennials coming back into the office have not been as bad, though there are a few very concerned about COVID and future health ramifications. I'm actually seeing more of the mid-management type, people who really know their craft, know their job, and they can do it from home, and they feel like they can do a Zoom call, Zoom meetings, and so forth. Tell me, in your organization, does that work? And I'm going to start with you, Jackie, because now you've kind of put a hard and fast, all right, you want this hybrid model, and we're going to try to make it equal for everybody, 3-2. Tell me what your take is and what pitfalls you're most concerned with.
Well, we do marketing, communications, and technology. On the creative side, it's really important to almost collaborate when you're together. And so that puts a little bit of a challenge. It has put a challenge, and we've learned again to adapt, to be able to do that something virtually. If it were up to me, I would have 4 days at the office, 1 day working from home. Only because there's always something going on that collaboration for me is not the same as it is virtually. For younger folks who are used to doing that, maybe it is easier, and maybe the millennials and the Z generation, it's a lot easier. For me, no, I like this. Okay, so I'm on the dinosaur side of things, but I like the in-person kind of things. But again, just like I said earlier, you have to be flexible and adapt. Now, one thing, I am working from home on Fridays, which is the result of the pandemic. I would have never envisioned to do that, so that's a good thing. Learning.
Belinda.
Well,
and I know you touched on it a little
yeah,
bit about you don't really have to, but does it make a difference in maybe helping to foster professional development?
Yes, I think it does. I mentor a lot of young attorneys, and one of the things that I've found sometimes that our young professionals don't have as much of, that we value very much, both in the legal profession, I'm sure, in the business profession, are soft skills. And so that is one thing that I think that's a con to this virtual working is we're not developing the soft skills, the eye contact, the firm handshakes, the etiquette, how to start a conversation. And when you can hide, well, you're not really hiding, but when when you can frame out what you want to frame out, and you can just dress from here up, and you can just sit back and let other people talk, you are losing a valuable set of skills. So I do think that it's very important that to some degree we keep, and again, I go back to the hybrid model, that we keep that collaboration going. And if it's not at work, then I think we as business owners, as management, as senior people in our professions, have to reach out and maybe organize social events to get people to come to foster those types of skills. So I would say that the biggest con would be the social aspect of it. In terms of collaborating work-wise, I mean, yes, it's more comfortable to sit across from your colleague and to be able to read their faces really well and have instantaneous feedback, but honestly, a lot of that really can be done, I think, virtually, at least in my arena.
Right. Carla, I know your headquarters are amazing, they're beautiful, you've got the millennials coming in, and you have people that maybe don't want to come into the office, but they're the ones that really need to be the mentors. Well, how do you address that?
Yeah, listen, I think that we have to evolve. We have to create a diversified offering, or we're gonna perish, because this is what our people are telling us they want. I think you're all right. We have to find our way to providing multi-tiered learning and development. Some virtual, some in person, some go to a class. We have to find ways to make offerings where they can come and be in working groups together. And there's some work that you can do individually or in groups virtually. So I just think we're going to have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable and finding new ways of doing what we've traditionally done to meet the workforce where they are. And that's today. That's not really even addressing where we think the workforce is going, right? Which these categories could shift greatly. And we're still just trying to assess what that looks like.
Well, so you're talking about shifting and how we're addressing them, these, this new paradigm. How is technology helping or hurting? Because everybody's technology aptitude is a little different. You especially, Carla, with a very wide variety of job descriptions and some that never really had to use a computer.
Yeah.
Can you address that? And don't shake your head no.
Yeah. Next. No, yeah, you know, it's tough. It's not easy, but I think, again, we just have to find our way to rising to the challenge. I thought it was going to be easy, actually, connecting with the hybrid associate from our office because we have a lot of technology. It's not. We had to re-outfit our conference rooms. You know, all of this lovely technology had to be installed in such a way that we could make sure people at home on Zoom could see us and we could see them, so that it really could be more collaborative. But at the theaters, it's challenging. They're in theater. We're just now talking to them about 4-day work weeks. We're just now talking to them about remote work on Mondays. So we're trying to meet them where they are, but it's difficult.
Have you been able to, with touchless contact, because you're, I think, the only one here where you have a customer coming to you, you have to worry about social distancing, sanitation, and stuff, and those other measures, and I'm sure other people here have that same issue. Have you been able to automate any of your offerings so to minimize the actual human contact?
Yeah, we've had to. What's interesting, though, there's still a large part of the population who operates in cash. So where you might want to use, I can think of specific markets in LA where it is not a credit card exchange. So we had to shift to cash accepting box offices, which is not an easy thing to do because you think everyone's on credit card or doing it online, and it's just not true. So we have to examine our guest population in addition to examining our employee population.
Either of you other ladies have any trouble with aptitude and adapting with the technology during this time frame?
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I think we adapted fairly well, learned how to bring the images into our offices and through different applications. Teams is one of our favorite everyday use kind of thing. And became comfortable with being on camera, right? Because that was the other thing. So everybody had their cameras off at first, and then slowly people started to, I have this little window that I can open and close. But anyway, so that happened. The thing that concerns me a little bit is not so much, so we're a small business. I would think that larger businesses have a lesser of a challenge in terms of being able to put a lot of tools and resources rather quickly. When you have a small business, it takes a little bit longer. Tools and resources don't just happen. You have a small business with smaller people to help you put all those resources in place, plus the cost of that. The big concern for me right now in terms of speaking in greater numbers is more for how have Latinos with smaller businesses able to adapt to the new technology, to being able to bring, because there's such a wide variety of businesses. It's not just office work, right? It's such a variety. How can they adapt in that environment and being able to bring all the resources that they need to function and prosper? So that to me is something that I think about all the time in terms of being successful.
Because you team with other small businesses, so they need to be up to speed also.
Correct.
Well, so this is another question, the technology and automation. And we heard from some of our earlier speakers, the digital divide, You can't hear me? Oh, okay, so sorry. And my husband says I have a big mouth, sorry. And we heard from some of our other speakers about the digital divide, the access to the internet. And that doesn't even take into consideration the actual equipment, which I think is, just like with education, that opportunity to be able to be on an equal playing field. I think that's also going to play its way into having a business. Today, we could not have a business plan without accounting for the cost of technology and being able to work in a hybrid environment. And that is a cost because of the security and hardware, software that's necessary. I'd like to ask you, what do you think the biggest gap will be, either widen or narrow, for businesses in the technical arena? Because each of you have lived through it. What's the biggest gap? Belinda, you're probably, you probably had to work very quickly to make sure.
The biggest gap in terms of ability for people to use the technology, or what it?
Correct.
Well, so talk about learning quickly. Conducting a trial via Zoom is no easy feat. And I work with attorneys or have worked with attorneys in the past who still don't email. Some of the older generation, honestly.
Wait a second. You have attorneys that do not use email.
Correct. Not in my firm, but
Right,
I work. Yes, they literally fax everything. So
you can still fax.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
Where's AT&T and T-Mobile?
But I don't know if any of you have seen the meme. Well, it wasn't a meme. It was a true event of the attorney that said, "I'm not a cat." So yeah, that's indicative. If those of you that don't know, an older attorney appeared for a hearing virtually and didn't know that I think a secretary something had put a filter on and made him look like a cat, and he didn't know how to get it off, and he kept telling the judge, "I am not a cat," which was. But so I mean, it's not just socioeconomic lines. It is age and even those that do know how to do the basics, you have to become even a little more savvy with virtual work and the level of work that has to be conducted. It's a learning curve for everybody. It was a learning curve for me the first time I had to conduct a trial like that, and I consider myself pretty savvy. But when you're concentrating, trying to throw up exhibits and questions, and so I'm sure that we've all gone through that. But if you are lucky enough to be large enough to have the resources to train your workforce, I think it really is only going to benefit everyone. It's a mixed bag. It can widen the gap for those small businesses that don't have the ability to train their workforce, and it can narrow the gap for those that do. That you can accomplish more with less when you're doing things virtually. So I think it really is a mixed bag.
Jackie, you're in communications, you're in media and PR. There's a lot of face-to-face that you have to do with people. What's your take on whether it narrows or widens that gap?
I think it's both, and it really depends on what you're doing. It narrows the gap again, if you're a larger business, you can definitely narrow it in some ways. Smaller takes longer. But one thing that I think it does, at least for me, it keeps me on my toes. It keeps me thinking about what are the solutions ahead. How do I need to, thinking ahead, what's going to happen, what's coming forward, and what do I need to do to get to that level, or to make sure that my technology is working the way it should be working. What are my investments? So it really does keep me trying to be ahead of things so that we don't have that problem. We do a lot of work with federal government. We engage in communications on a regular basis. The last thing we want is to have issues being able to serve our customer, because that's how they all communicate nowadays.
Well, I know even pre-pandemic, there were a lot of things we did with the federal government that had been automated, right? You go on their websites, you call for me, which is really frustrating and maybe it shows my age, I call a number and you want to just keep hitting 0 so that somebody will get on the phone instead of trying to answer questions that aren't relevant to the situation. And Charla, it makes me think about AMC theaters. You've automated a lot of things, you've made it easier, but in what way do you think, and I think specifically with your affinity groups, that with people across the country during a really stressful time, maybe being able to use technology to support your workforce? Can you tell us a little more about that?
Yeah, that's actually been very positive for us because it has connected people in a way that they would have never connected before, I don't think. Bringing a community together of African Americans, for instance, or Latinos, for instance, gives them a sense of population, where before there may have been this feeling of, I'm in this thing alone, and I never see anyone who looks like me. Now they're seeing an entire, webcam of people who look like them with common interests and who are speaking about things in such a powerful and intelligent way that are making big changes at the organization. And in those cases, right, it's not always the case as you mentioned earlier, but in those cases, they are finding themselves in a position where the CEO knows their name and is recognizing their efforts within the organization. So it's working there. It's not working everywhere, but it's working there.
So one of the things I think about as we try to support the workforce and we're doing this hybrid mix is developing. And I know that's something on your job description is your professional development. Has technology enabled you to maybe create a plan that some of us can do a little R&D, rip off and duplicate?
Because we have a national footprint, in the past we had what we call field facilitators. So we had to allow people in the DC market, in the Philadelphia market, in the Florida market to take our training and trust them to teach it consistently. Now we're shifting to virtual instructors who are certified and actually work in our office or are a part of our corporate headcount, if you will. And we know that they're now delivering it virtually and they're delivering it consistently and they're getting to a larger part of our population. So that's working well for us. Another aspect is what you talked about earlier. Even though we were forced into it, moving to more automation at our theaters just helped us get there a little faster. And if you have the capital and the ability to research it and it makes sense for you long term, I would say getting to a more touch-free access to your business or online access to your business is probably the wave of the future.
So you mentioned that now you're delivering training more consistently because now it's being done virtually and there's more control. How do you find that shining star in your workforce to be able to promote up, whether because of the DE&I initiative, working on your succession planning? So for me, when we're in a room like this, I can see via questions or networking or that time at the water cooler or the coffee pot, there's where you find personalities, you get chemistry. How are you able to figure that out?
Yeah, we actually put it in the posting process. So there's a structured job description. We go through a process where we recruit for it internally. They post for the jobs. We get a referral from their supervisor, and we do structured interviews with them. And even once they pass that particular process, we take them through a certification process to ensure that they do truly have the presentation and knowledge base to deliver the content.
Jackie.
She's advanced. Small business, so there's the difference, really significant difference. So we're just getting started to do training on via Teams and recording. So we have our champion, who does really well, is subject matter expert, let's just say, in analytics. And we're trying to train somebody else and even just do a presentation across our organization. And so we're having that person do a presentation, we record it, so it becomes part of our library when we hire new folks. It's not as personal, but it's a way forward. And we're just, again, taking it one step at a time, trying to make it work.
Belinda, do you see a difference in trying to figure out who that next shining star is and help foster them into their career with being even more remote now?
Yes, not necessarily their work product, because that can be evaluated virtually very well. But as you said, the difficult thing is not being able to see younger attorneys interact with the client. And as you said, that's a very important thing. Are they able to handle the client? Is the chemistry there? Do they know how to act in a social situation with the client or in a business situation with the client? And you just don't get that same level of interaction virtually for you to be able to assess. So I think that is an area that's really lacking, is if you're going to turn over a large client to someone or even bring them on your team, you want to ensure that they're going to click with the client, that they're able to handle the client, and that's almost impossible to measure virtually. So I would say that part does suffer a little bit.
Well, I know that we have now had some very strategic hires, had to do it virtually, but when push came to shove, we did have the in-person interviews, flew them in, had one executive after another do those interviews. And I do feel like if it's a strategic hire, if it's somebody, it's an important position, I feel like you do need to have that understanding of what's the person's soft skills, what's their chemistry like. And obviously, we want diversity. And so I don't want everybody to have my same personality. It started to go out on me. I thought maybe my husband was in the background. The only time I can actually talk and not worry about somebody talking back is when I'm at home and he's watching TV. So, but the thing that I think and I worry about for women and for minorities is their ability to stand out and to look and to be able to be looked on for promotion. So what I'd like to ask each of you in this new work environment, if this is the wave of the future, if we have hybrid or people who say, no, I really want to work from home, what's the advice that you give them so that they will be looked at as someone who the company wants to invest time and money to promote them up? Carla first.
I'd say choose hybrid. Make sure that you're still getting time in person as you're describing. But find that balance and work from home and work from anywhere, right? Work from anywhere, but be productive. Don't let your productivity be called into question. Still raise your hand for those working groups or special initiatives or special projects. Make sure that you find time to connect with the head of your department or the chief of, to ensure that they understand your aspirations, what you're working on, and your contributions to the organization. You do have to work a little harder at it, but I do think it's possible.
Well, she stole my answer. No, I 100% choose hybrid, but you have to make yourself be seen. You just have to, and as Carla said, that sometimes that's harder virtually, but making sure that you are fully dialed in and present during virtual meetings. It's so easy to space out and let other people talk, and you just can't do that if you want to be seen and if you want to be appreciated. Be prepared. Don't slack off, and just make sure you're present for all of your meetings and all of your interactions with your colleagues.
For me, I can pretty much tell the shining star by the way they interact, even if it's not in person, the type of work and the quality of work that they produce. And you can pretty much tell when they're commanding in their knowledge and understanding of the product that they're delivering, or when they're doing a presentation. And in some ways, when you're virtually, you somewhat focus a little bit more on that person. When you're, those who are really paying attention, focus in more. So I would say that it's, I can definitely tell their quality of work.
So now we're not in the office. We're not in the office, or we're working in a hybrid manner. And Belinda, you touched on something that I really did not give much thought to. And I think we have a consistency, so I'm just saying that in case anybody wants to double check. But the virtual worker, the person that wants to work from home all of the time and maybe gets passed up for a promotion. Can you, from your perspective, you mentioned a few things earlier about consistency. I know some of our clients, we supply IT talent. They will never see their supervisor. They will never go to an office. They're working virtually around the United States. Obviously, we already have things in place so that we're abiding by their state and local labor and tax laws. what other things, as small businesses, big corporations, when you have workers that are totally virtual, what are some of those pitfalls? Because I started taking notes when you were talking.
Yeah, well, discrimination. I mean, you guys are going to send me to Hawaii 10 times over if you don't understand how it's a really tough thing, because on the one hand you think, well, it's incumbent upon that employee to make themselves known. Yes, they're working from home, we're providing them with that opportunity, but if they aren't savvy enough to make themselves known, then maybe they don't deserve the promotion. Well, come to a lawyer, and the lawyer's going to ask you, all right, what are their statistics? And unfortunately, we've got to go there. Are they a woman? Are they older? Are they, are they a person of color? Are they a person of a different sexual orientation than you? Whatever category they fit into, you now have to evaluate. Well, I shouldn't say now, you should always evaluate, but especially now, you have to evaluate, okay, is the fact that they're working from home, how does that affect them differently than a white person, a young person, whoever that standard bearer is, and ensure that you as a company haven't done something wrong or could do more to ensure that that person has the opportunity to be promoted, because that's the first thing they're going to say, well, I wasn't given the opportunity because I didn't get enough training, or my superiors didn't spend enough one-on-one time with me, or maybe English is the second language, and they say, well, it's harder for me to understand when I'm watching through Zoom, or whatever the case may be. So unfortunately, it again, here comes Debbie Downer, this field can be rife with pitfalls for you if you're not really watching your workforce and being tuned into what they need to succeed. And if they can cry discrimination, I mean, you want to make sure you're taking every effort to ensure that, and not just because you don't want them to say that, you don't want that to be true. You don't want to have inadvertently discriminated against someone who maybe isn't able to function as well at home. And maybe the answer is they just can't. Maybe the answer is, you are someone that is going to have to come into the office either by virtue of your job description, or, you get a little on shaky ground if you say, well, you can work from home because of your job description, but I think you would perform better here because now you've got other people that, as you said, are watching that. So I know that's a long-winded kind of generic answer, but it's very fact-specific. But I would say just ensure that you're giving everybody that works from home the tools that they need, the training they need, and the support they need to succeed. And then beyond that, it's up to the employee to really prove themselves.
Jackie, I was watching your face as she was talking about all the negative aspects. And, I think pre-pandemic, we always want to be attuned to things to make the workplace environment a place where people want to come in and be productive and they enjoy their job. Now they're at home, and it's been very, especially in the beginning, very, very heavy. And the negativity, and now we have a geopolitical situation, and still COVID's hanging around. So I know there's a lot to think about, the mental and physical health of our workforce. We're honored today to have a person in the crowd. He's an executive with SHRM. Mitch, you want to raise your hands up? I wanted him to be on the panel, but he declined, and I'm not sure if it's because he was afraid I was going to grill him. But no, we are really fortunate to have organizations, associations like SHRM, and let me make sure I'm saying this correctly, Society of Human Resource Management, correct? Mm-hmm. Society for Human Resource Managers or Management? Management. And I know that my HR people are heavily involved in our area. They look at them as a great resource. Before we wrap up, I do want to ask each of the panelists, only because I've had a multitude of Zoom moments that could be part of a TV sitcom. What is your most embarrassing or memorable Zoom or team moment when your camera was on? Carla.
Not me. My CEO didn't have on his pants.
Oh, no.
It was public. It's public. It's nothing. He jokes about it now. We all joke about it now. He's had on shorts.
Okay, that's better.
That's an important clarification.
But Linda.
The very first virtual trial I conducted, the judge had to put up my exhibits on the screen because I couldn't get it to work, and they had received a lot. Well, I'm not going to make excuses, but the judge had to put the exhibits up for me. So it was
Jackie.
For me, it was about 4:30 in the afternoon. My dog and my cat are both hungry, and they want to be fed. So the dog is pushing me over here, and the cat is running across the. And this was early. Now you can see people zooming with
everything.
Everything. Yeah. But back then, it was a little bit embarrassing.
So you know how we have our cameras, and you start to talk, and you're on mute. You're on mute. If we never hear you're on mute again, it'll be too soon. I had the FedEx guy at the door, and I am dressed for success from the waist up. And FedEx guy's at the door. The dogs are going crazy. I go, excuse me one moment. Hit mute. Hit camera off. Go running. Obscenities. Go get the package, walk back, and I see my form coming back to the camera and everybody laughing hysterically. So I just want to wrap up. Maybe the future of work is going to be better refined through all of our good experiences and bad. So thank you so much, Carla, Belinda, Jackie. I appreciate your time and your wisdom. Thank you. Danny, back to you.
So I'm not sure if the microphone is having issues, but join me in saying another warm thank you to Jeanette, Belinda, Carla, and Jackie. Thank you so much. In full disclosure, Jackie's a very dear friend. I've known her for many years. If you ever need any good marketing work done, go to Jackie Crick and her company. That was our second and another powerful all-star, all-female phenomenal panel. We've got another panel coming up a little bit later. We'll include a couple of dudes just because. But in the meantime, I can tell that there's a little bit of after lunch, sort of low energy stuff going on. So before we take our break, why don't we all stand up for a second? Stand up. Raise your hands, lift them up to the sky. Reach up. All right, bend down a little bit, shake your arms out. Come back up, roll that neck a little bit. Can we have some music now? All right, guys, let's take a 15-minute break and come back in a few minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Mr. Danny Vargas.
Thank you, voice of goddess. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? Good. So before we continue with our last session, it's a pleasure for me to introduce one of the hardest working people in DC. My friend Estuardo Rodriguez. Estuardo is a principal and co-founder of the Rabin Group, focused on government affairs. He specializes in direct lobbying on Capitol Hill, the White House, and federal agencies in the areas of financial services, technology and telecommunications industries, and he's been celebrated by the Hill and the National Institute for Lobbying and Ethics as a top lobbyist for 2021. Estuardo has also cultivated a wonderful network of media relationships and services in the dual role as Rabin's counsel on media and communications. Now, Estuardo is going to provide us with an update on the very important topic of the effort to create the National Museum of American Latino. And as the chairman emeritus, I can tell you that Estuardo and I have been through a lot of battles together. We've been in the trenches together, and I would be, it's incredibly difficult to overestimate the level of effort that he's put into this over the many years and the impact that he's had on making this happen. It's been my honor to be able to work with him closely on this effort. We've spent a lot of sleepless nights getting it done. But we did get it done in December of 2020, and we want to hear from Estuardo an update on where we are right now and what is left to do. My dear friend, Estuardo Rodriguez.
Thanks very much for the introduction. It is true, Danny is my brother from a Republican mother, and I embrace it. I embrace it. You know, and I mean, it's a joke, it's tongue in cheek, but I embrace it because it was an example at a key moment in our American history where you did not see the bipartisanship that is truly necessary to get stuff done in Washington and for the country. And we had that wonderful opportunity with an amazing board that our dear friend CC is a part of, and so many others in Washington have been a part of. But an amazing opportunity to at least be that sparkling project, that sparkling opportunity to demonstrate that there still is bipartisanship. And that still is the only way to really get stuff done. We can disagree on a lot of things. But when it comes to these monumental opportunities, there has to be a moment of clarity to say, let us come together. Let us compromise on certain things so that at least we can have some gains. And over a longer period of time, other gains can be made, right? And yes, it did take 17 years of my life so far, 15 of Danny's, but it is a process that, while frustrating for some, that the process in Washington can be slow, it still moves. And if you remain committed, if you remain true to it, you will see the finish line. Now, with that, I'd love to say we've crossed the finish line entirely, but we haven't. The last biggest piece for us was the legislation, true. And at that point, we thought, great, we'd be done. The truth is, the Friends of the American Latino Museum is still around only because at the last minute, in another showing of bipartisanship, right, Danny? In another showing of bipartisanship, we had 2 senators, one Democrat, one Republican, that added one sentence to the language of the legislation forbidding the building of the museum on the reserve, which included the last available open space on the National Mall. And as we all know here, when someone says the National Mall, you know what that is. It's that space all the way from the Lincoln Memorial, right past the Washington Monument to the U.S. Capitol. And that area between the Washington Monument and the U.S. Capitol is where all of the iconic museums are, where they tell and they lay out in beautiful ways the story of our nation. And as Senator Menendez said on the floor in December 2020, to include that language is an insult and disrespectful to the men and women that have served this country for, even before it was the United States, for 500 years, that have sacrificed, have given, have created, have innovated for the strength of our economy and the growth, our global competitiveness, a lot of it tied to the American Latino community. To add that language was an insult. But we needed to get the bill done, and so they accepted the language and they moved it through, and the bill passed. The Smithsonian has to select a location for the Museum of the American Latino by the end of this year. So the clock's ticking for us. We have just a few months, in my mind. I believe that the Smithsonian has already gone through a number of locations. Many of them, they have admitted, are not on the National Mall. And therefore, we have to make sure that the Smithsonian is held accountable, and through the Board of Regents and the Board of Trustees and members of the House and Senate that have oversight over the Smithsonian, we have to remind them that America's history is told on the National Mall, not in the annex, not down the street, not around the corner, but all the museums, shoulder to shoulder, telling how this amazing nation came together, are there on the National Mall. And if we have the political will, then yes, we can absolutely get our museum on the National Mall. But choosing an easier way out and building it somewhere down the street or around the corner is not in line with the original intent and vision of the National Mall. The 1901 Macmillan Plan, I'm going to get historical and geeky on you, but the 1901 design for the National Mall showed a building exactly where the African American Museum stands today. And when the African American Museum was being considered and the legislation passed, many people said, you can't build it there, there's no more space. Those that were leading the African American Museum effort said, wait a minute, the original plan shows a building there. Well, the original plan also shows a building perfectly opposite the African American Museum. Well, then why not continue the vision of the original mall and have the American Latino Museum there? Or the original design also has a building right across from the Botanical Garden, where there now is a parking lot for the Senate staff. If I was a Senate staffer, I'd rather go through the American Latino Museum cafeteria, get my empanadita, my cafecito, and then go to work. But right now, you're parking in the summer, that's nasty weather to be parking in an outdoor parking lot. So my point is, it's going to be hard, and we don't have a lot of time. And that's the work that lies ahead for us, is reminding not just the Smithsonian and our senators, but reminding this White House. Because the president also has a role here. He can very clearly state, just like George H.W. Bush stated for the African American Museum, he stated publicly, the African American Museum is American history, it belongs on the National Mall. Right now is a great opportunity for the President of the United States to say, American history is on the National Mall, and not just the American Latino Museum, but the Women's History Museum that also passed in December 2020. Both those museums belong on the National Mall. So I'm going to count on everyone here to do your part and make sure that happens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my friends. You know, raise your hand if you are already familiar with the American Latino Museum effort, or if this is new to you. So you knew about it, right? Because this has been around for several years. Since 1994 was the first time that this was proposed. So as Estrado said, for us to get anything done in DC, it just takes a committed level of effort over a long period of time. So thank you to Estrado and the entire team that's been working on it. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. There, as Estrado said, the next fight is going to be to get a decent spot on the National Mall. We don't want to be sitting by the kitchen somewhere as a museum. So what we can do is at the time that the Friends Group says that it's going to be time for all of us to rally around the fight, because there's going to be a knife fight, to get a decent location on the mall, we're going to look to the team to let us know who we need to call, where we need to lobby, where we need to send letters. All the same type of effort that we had to engage in to get the bill passed is the same effort that we're going to have to engage in to get the decent location on the mall. Am I right, Estrada?
That's right. There will be an activation in the coming weeks. We will send out to all the organizations.
Right. Because, as you've heard me say before, for over 500 years, we've been relying on Latinos to fight our wars and to run our businesses, to tend our fields and to mend our wounds, to teach our kids, patrol our streets, and write our laws. So we will get there, and we will get it done, and we'll do it together, as we have in the past. And now, with that, we'll move on to our final panel of the day, which is going to be around supply chain and weathering the storm. What an interesting and timely panel. To moderate our session today, we have Celeste Carrasco, who is a member of our TLC Foundation Board of Directors. Celeste is a Director of Federal Public Affairs for AT&T and is responsible for executing national strategies that achieve corporate legislative and regulatory objectives, presenting company positions to external stakeholders in key issue areas, and managing community partnerships with nonprofit organizations in the Latino corporate social responsibility and consumer advocacy communities. Celeste was honored as City Year Idealist of the Year in 2015 and was honored to receive the Hermana Award in 2015 by MANA organization. She has also been the recipient of the President's Volunteer Service Award multiple years running, all recognitions highlighting her passion for volunteerism and commitment to the communities she represents. And on a personal note, she's just such a dear friend and such a wonderful person, and she's been such a shining light in a city that's filled with lots of doom and gloom. But Celeste Carrasco, why don't you join us and moderate the next panel? Thank you so much.
Come on, I was sitting down there and I was tired, so I know you're tired. I know you're tired. Well, thank you, Danny, for that kind introduction. You're like my inspiration. You know, this man is amazing. So if you have not met Danny, which I think it's impossible, please make an effort to make sure that you know what he's working on and his plans for DC in the next year. So with that, I promise that this is going to be a super interesting conversation about supply chain. You know, right now, you know, I'm excited to moderate this panel. It's so relevant for us to talk about this. We have learned anything during this pandemic is that resilience is vital in the face of adversity. We've seen business owners adapt and adjust to an ever-changing regulation. Sorry, am I really loud? And Nobody else got a mic change, but I got a mic change. You know, just business owners adapt and adjust to an ever-changing regulations. We've seen businesses diversify their resources, developing a more equitable workforce, and Latinos in particular are helping lead the way in that economic recovery. That's why I'm excited to hear today from our panelists. We've already had like a little preview in the back, so hopefully it'll be just as interesting as it was back then. So today we have John Drake. John serves as and as I call you, please get mic'd up. John Drake serves as Vice President for Supply Chain Policy at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In his role, Mr. Drake serves as the primary spokesperson and is responsible for representing the business community before Congress, the administration, and the public on supply chain, customs, logistics, and security issues impacting the business community. Thank you, John, for joining us today. Next is Rafael Cuellar. Rafael is President and Chief Executive Officer of Cuellar LLC DBA ShopRite of Passaic Clifton. I am a ShopRite customer. I'm from New Jersey, so ShopRite is from there. He is one of the owners of the largest retail cooperative in the United States, Wakefern Food Corporation. Upon acquiring a ShopRite supermarket that had been corporately owned, Rafael integrated a management team and developed a plan to resuscitate this failing store, which has successfully been turned around and continues to grow. Previously, he was president and CEO of Eco & Sons, Inc. He was responsible for business conducted by the holding company as well as its subsidiaries, President Supermarket and Presidential Caterers. Our final panelist, I'm so happy you're here, Pepe. Are we vibrating now? That's not, okay. Hey. Our final panelist, let's bring it center, is Jose Pepe Estrada. Pepe is a market segment strategy leader with over 20 years of experience developing and leveraging corporate relations and assisting in the implementation of enterprise diversity initiatives and reputation management strategies. He currently serves as Director of Public Affairs at Walmart. Pepe directs Walmart's first influencer-based reputation management initiative. That's a title. He is also responsible for Walmart's outreach effort in the Latinx, LGBTQ+, American Indian, people with disabilities, and emerging leader communities. Prior to Walmart, he served as public affairs manager at State Farm Insurance. Before State Farm, Pepe was the marketing director of a European Union agricultural development project in his native Peru. All right, with that, everybody mic'd up? Good to go. Excellent. So with that, what are we going to cover today? This panel is going to talk about supply chain shortages worldwide, analysis of market impact, and how business owners can persevere in uncertainty. But before we get started, we have the expertise of the U.S. Chamber here with us. So I've asked John to pretty much give us an overview in layman's term of where do we stand today with supply chain.
Yeah. Sure, well, thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I think by answering your question, let me go back to 2 years, actually, April of 2020, which is when the pandemic really kind of took hold, right? And this is a part of my life where I've almost successfully blocked out, because it was when I learned that my kids were going to be taking a short break from school so that we could flatten the curve. But it was also the time when a lot of businesses were responding to this moment and thinking to themselves that this is it. Like, consumer demand is going way down. We don't know what's going to happen. And a lot of these businesses made really difficult decisions to lay off workers, to cut back on products because they did not believe that there was going to be a marketplace ready for these products. And for a number of businesses shuttered. For example, 4 times the number of trucking firms in the United States went bankrupt in 2020 than they do in a normal year. And with that, approximately about 50 to 60,000 truck drivers with it. Right around this time, however, Congress intervened, President Trump intervened with record number of stimulus. And this put an enormous amount of cash into the pockets of many Americans. And these Americans, they were at home, they're not traveling, they're not going out to restaurants. So what they're doing is they're putting that money, and where they have the ability to do so, they're going online, they're shopping. And this introduced a huge surge of retail goods into our supply chains, like of which we had never seen before. If you look at sort of a historical graph that shows expected demand of where we see the economy to grow over the next 10 years, what you will see is you will see a line that skyrockets right through that historical trend. And that's May 2020, essentially. And that line stayed consistent for the rest of the year. Now, take into that you have factories in China and Bangladesh and India that are shutting down because they have COVID outbreaks. So you've got all this pent-up demand where where all these goods that you and I are buying online, you're starting to see these delays of several months, right, to have them come where they need to get to your doorstep. Well, a lot of this is because these factories are closed. When these factories open up, this is leading to a huge surge in goods coming to our shores through ships coming through the ports of LA and Port of Long Beach. And that's why at the front pages you were seeing these huge lines of ocean container vessels sitting outside the Port of LA and Long Beach, waiting to come in. Now, all that's to say is that was, I think, year one of what has been sort of a storm of supply chain challenges. Things have settled down a little bit, but I think it's premature to say in any respect that we're through it. And I think it's much more accurate to say that we're in a new normal. We're seeing increases demand across the board. We're also seeing the ramifications of what happened over the last couple of years stay with us. And I think they're going to be with us for quite some time. Going back to April 2020, for example, a lot of car companies, they said, you know what, Americans aren't going to be buying cars anymore. They're not going to be buying cars for the next year. So they went to TSMC, they went to all these semiconductor companies and said, you know what, the semiconductors that we normally purchase for these vehicles that we're putting on the lots, we don't think Americans are going to be buying cars, so therefore we're going to cancel these orders that we have with you. So as a result, a lot of these semiconductor companies said, all right, we need to find new customers to service. So, and now suddenly you have this huge surge in personal computing, but you have all these kids who are staying home at school, right? You have all these school districts that need laptops for their students. You have a lot of people working from home. So all these semiconductors that were normally going into automobiles and other sorts of products are now going to other things, which led to shortages that we're seeing now in semiconductors and other products. So all that's to say is that's an example of the reverberations of what happened 2 years ago are still with us. We're still seeing those reverberations today, and I think we're going to continue to see those. And we have new challenges that are lining up this year as well. And I'm happy to kind of talk more about that as we go on, but I know I've kind of spoken probably
No,
more than enough.
that's great because basically you set the stage, right? You set the stage as to how we got here and what happened. Now I'm understanding why I can't find a car.
Yeah.
I'm not the only one, right? It's like an old car is like $1 million right now. It's like, oh wow, okay. Wow, 150,000 miles. Yes. It's crazy. It really is crazy. So, you set the stage. Thank you for that, John. Rafael, as the receiver of that supply chain from a merchandise standpoint, what have been your pain points and what have you been able to do or not do about them? What has been your experience?
So John was spot on. I mean, a lot of what's happened in the retail side of the industry was retail boomed. Retail exploded. It went much higher than anybody had ever anticipated, but some parts of retail did not. Certain sectors in the retail economy did not. More importantly, it's what's coming. What's coming is those ramifications of those big booms before shifted supply chain mechanisms that were in place to adjust to it that are no longer based on the same kind of demand. So now we're experiencing some difficulties with that. And you're also still experiencing some difficulties in areas that are subjugated by foreign transport or, obviously fuel and petroleum issues are abound, which are driving inflation and driving inflationary costs. That's why you're paying 17, 18% more for food. By the way, by the end of the year, and I'm going to make a prediction, don't anybody get mad, you're probably going to be paying 30% more than you're paying now for food.
Wow.
So unless something magical happens, that's probably where it's going to go. And there are going to be some things that the government can do to mitigate that. Will they do them? Who knows? A lot of it depends on policy, as I'm sure John can speak to, but that's kind of where we're at. Where is it going? A lot of it has to do with political policy and where political policy shifts on a whole bunch of things, because on the retail side, not only just retail food, but retail clothing, retail textile, retail everything, it's so impacted by petroleum and petroleum costs that that's going to be a big driver of it all.
Right, that is such, and this is just my own personal thing. I remember growing up in Argentina and that being a thing, right? The inflation of everyday goods. Like today you had, whatever, 1 peso, and with that you can get one gallon of milk. Well, by the end of the year, you can't get a gallon of milk with that 1 peso, right? So that's going to be an interesting shift for living in this country where I have not had to recently manage a budget with such a high increase in the cost of goods. But before we shift to a different conversation, Pepe, from a Walmart perspective, right? I mean, you guys are global. You're not only shipping within the United States, you're trying to manage supply chains across the world. Mm-hmm. What are your thoughts on this? How is, I mean, you probably have a little bit more muscle, right, to be able to manage that supply chain. Does that help you in the end to get product to the consumers?
It does help, but let me go back very briefly to what John mentioned at the startup, right? The things that we observed that he described that happened in the US happened in economies that had a similar reaction to the pandemic, right? Economies that shut down, that had some kind of level of stimulus. So these demand problems exacerbated the supply chain, not only in the US, but in other countries. So it is a global phenomenon. So you're right, we're this little retailer of Arkansas that has a few more tools in its tool belt. So you heard Dan in his remarks during lunch about 2/3 of what we offer through our stores in the US is made, sourced, or grown in the United States. So we have the fortune of having the availability of tools that have allowed us to understand our supply chains and the availability to create the partnerships that have allowed us to increase the transparency in our supply chains. So we were observing a phenomenon that in a way was created way back then by the just-in-time movement, which built fragility into the supply chain. It built a structural fragility into the supply chain. And then the centralization of sourcing from only a handful of countries created also a level of risk in your supply chain. So about between 6 and 10 years ago, we started to diversify our sourcing, our origin of sourcing. We started about 6 years ago, we doubled on our commitment to buy from the US. And that has helped us weather the storm, though the supply chain, as you know, is intricate and complex. So even when you source products from the US as heavily as we do, some of those products do include raw materials that come from abroad. So that creates a challenge in itself for American business owners, American entrepreneurs that work with us. But at the end of the day, what has helped us a lot is transparency into supply chains, understanding the supply chain of the inputs of the products that we produce. So we dug deeper into the supply chain. We just not only understand the supply chain of the widget that you find on our shelf, but also the raw materials behind that widget. And that has helped us create value chains with vendors across the supply chain for us to better understand how we can identify inefficiencies that then we can, as a value chain, remove from the process.
So let me expand on that. Does technology play a role in that at all, or is it just relationships and strategic alliances and negotiations?
It's both. Technology definitely plays a role in it. I think you're seeing a centralization of data around supply chain that allows the different players along the supply chain to better understand what are the bottlenecks, what are the efficiencies, trends, customer trends, tariff trends, challenges to trade, sourcing prices, and the deep analysis of that data allows you to do reporting and forecasting to make sure that you are hopefully 1 or 2 steps ahead of where those trends might be going, and it allows you then to be proactive and not reactive to what might be happening.
Right. So you just mentioned trade agreements. I want to kind of like loop back with John here. And what's the current environment with these trade agreements? You know, I mean, I'm sure everything changes from day to day. How volatile is our current environment, and how at risk are we? I mean, 30% more. I mean, I'm already thinking of stocking up. What do you crystal ball prediction, as far as the current status of our global situation?
Yeah, the fact of the matter is we need more trade agreements than what we have right now. I think that's something the Chamber has been pushing the Biden administration to do, which is engage more aggressively with our allies to put those agreements in place. I will tell you, I think one of the biggest missteps of the previous administration was walking away from the TPP, the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Love it or hate it, it provided a framework by which the United States was at the table with a growing marketplace within the world, and it provided enforcement mechanisms to negotiate those trading deals between all parties. And when we walked away, the rest of the world moved on and put in place their own agreements. So we have to be at the table. We have to be putting in place agreements that allow us to be at the table, be an active partner. Because as you look forward, we'll talk a little bit more about this as we go on, but if you look at sort of the next generation of where we're going with energy, with products and the like, we need strategic allies more than we'll ever need ever. And if we're not putting in place processes by which we can get raw materials, agricultural products and the like, it's only going to hurt us long term.
So if I could just
of
echo
course.
into what you're saying, I agree. I think walking away from the TPP was a mistake, but one of the reasons I think it was done was really to create more unilateral and bilateral type agreements where we would be in a stronger position than we were forced to be in the TPP situation. But more importantly, as we go into the future, North America, I should say, not just the United States, is the shining beacon on the hill for the planet. The rest of the planet has major issues coming their way.
Yeah.
Major demography issues, major supply chain issues, and major just deliverability issues that can only be mitigated by having partnerships and relationships with the United States. So I think that'll be alleviated. So I'm not as overly concerned about that. The other thing that doesn't overly concern me about North America, especially in the United States, is that most of our global trade is minimal. I mean, we are one of the smallest global trading partners in the world. Only 15% of our GDP is external to the United States, right? And 40% of that GDP is in North America anyway, between Mexico and Canada and us. So that other 60% is somewhat negligible. Will it hurt? Yes. But what's going to happen to the rest of the world in comparison to us here at the United States is nothing. I mean, we are going to feel it, but not like everybody else is. So they're going to have one alternative. That alternative is to figure out what they're going to do with the U.S., regardless of who the administration is.
Wow. Yeah, that we need to uplift the conversation, because that's 30% now global chain supply. Oh man, Rafael, come on, man. I mean, this is a tough situation, right? This is a tough situation, but this is the reality of it. So if you are, a small business that you have, a supply chain that it's outside of the United States, these are the things that you need to be aware of, because you will be facing these challenges. So let's just continue that vein, of what is pricing the only thing that we can do in this supply chain issues, or is there advocacy that small business can do? Is there I don't want to call it a magic pill, but is there a mitigating approach that the audience of this panel can take on and say, this is something that I can do. This is a snackable bite that I can start to do today to start to either work on legislation or advocacy, or I don't know. I mean, what are some ideas? You want to go first, John, or I don't want to put you on the spot?
I'll take a stab at this. I think within DC, I think most important thing is to educate policymakers, right? So coming out of COVID, which there was two big concerns that came out, right? So first of all, Americans saw shortages of masks, shortages of toilet paper, shortages of all sorts of goods, right? And so they thought supply chains are broken. I think first time that you've ever heard supply chains become a presidential campaign issue, right? Second issue is our changing relationship with China. And that has created a number of, I think, policy uncertainties and business uncertainties as well that are driving new policies in Washington, D.C. One thing that you are seeing globally is an increase of geopolitical policies intended to protect domestic markets. It's happening in China, it's happening in Australia. Here it started in the previous administration, it's continuing in this current administration, where the government's increasingly stepping in and second-guessing decisions by business makers that they've made across a variety of different business transactions. And so long as there is this ongoing concern around supply chains, those sorts of policies are only going to continue. Good example of that, right now Congress is debating changes to how the federal government regulates the ocean carrier shipping industry. A lot of the industry is foreign flagged. It's been foreign flagged for years. And I don't want to get into if the policy is right or not, but it's a good example of where Congress is saying, you know what, the federal government needs to be more actively involved in looking at these transactions that are happening, regulating these transactions, and stepping in and stopping what they see as problematic transactions. Another step that the administration is doing is this competition EO, where they're taking a hard look at how companies are merging their business practices and increasingly shouting, this is anti-competitive behavior, we need to bring a stop to it. So it's another big area of concern, I think, where there's an opportunity to educate policymakers on it. And then finally, I think you also just have to recognize that the ground is shifting under our feet, right? So really big area where we're watching very, very closely right now is what's happening with the West Coast ports. So the West Coast ports are, they employ a unionized workforce. It's the ILWU, International Long Force Warehouse Union. They have a contract that is due to expire June 31st of this year. Now, the last time that the Taft-Hartley Act was employed was 2002 during a similar negotiation of contracts by the Bush administration. When you're coming out of this supply chain crisis we have right now, any slowdown by the workforce in moving goods through the West Coast ports that are responsible for 60% of goods coming in the United States is going to be a huge problem. So, we need to make sure that the administration is leaning in hard to make sure that there is no disruption, there is a new contract in place, and that there is no disruption in service or coming through those ports over the next 6 to 8 months while we're currently in the middle of these challenges that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, did you want to?
Just add, I agree 100% with John. Add to the fact that our ports don't even rank in the top 50 most efficient ports in the world, right?
Yep.
So add that to John's comment. So it's something we have to look at very carefully. And if anything, I would encourage you, if you're not a member of your local chamber of TLC, if you're not a member of the U.S. Chamber, become a member and engage. Because it's incumbent upon business owners in the U.S. to make sure that we are doing advocacy to help create that business environment that's going to help us move forward.
If I may,
Yeah.
just very quickly, the Port of LA and the Port of Long Beach are arguably the two most important ports in the United States.
Yeah.
If you look at a ranking worldwide of ports across the world, they rank 328th and 333rd out of 351 ports ranked. The best ranked port the United States has is number 89, and that's the Port of Philadelphia. We don't have anything close to the top 50, to your point. And a lot of that's because ports around the world have actively adopted technologies, they've adopted better data sharing that the US, for a number of reasons, has chosen not to. And so that's the challenge. You can't, a lot of these ports, they're in the middle of a city center, right? You go up, you drive an hour and a half up to Baltimore. The city is actively taking land away from the Port of Baltimore for condo development, right? So Same thing in LA and Long Beach, right? You can't build these ports out to accommodate more containers, to accommodate more trains and trucks that are coming in. You have to use the space that you have, and you have to figure out how to use that space more efficiently. And that's the fight right now that we're in the middle of. Sorry to...
Well, look, on the good news side a little bit, since everything's been kind of miserable. For the past couple of years, most manufacturers in the United States, or at least some of the bigger manufacturers, have recognized this, even before COVID. So a lot of them started bringing their supply chains and minimizing their supply chains' external components, either bringing them back into the US or into North America, taking them away from Asia, places like that. But the places where we're going to feel pain are places where that really still is happening in much further foreign ports. Those are the things where we're going to feel pinpoints. But that's again why the United States, North America in general, is going to have it a lot better than probably the rest of the world, because a lot of that has been happening even before COVID happened. People recognize this. People recognize that, you know, any gaps in the supply chain could be devastating, because we became so singularly focused on cost cutting that we didn't care where we went ahead and got specific items from to go ahead and finish and finalize product here in the US. So that's changed over the last, I would say, since 2008 or 2009, that really started shifting. So that's a good thing. That being said, semiconductor production. It's going to take 15 years to build a semiconductor plant. They're building one in Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. But it's going to be like 15 years. So we're going to suffer. Every time you try and buy a remote, it's going to be harder to get one. Every time you buy a TV, it's going to be more expensive. Every time you go buy a car, it's going to be more expensive. Get used to it. That's what's coming. And there's really no way around that. And China's got a lot of its own socio-political issues itself that are going to make it almost impossible, regardless of whatever trade dynamics we have with them, for them to supply us with what we need. Hopefully Vietnam will cover for it, but we'll see.
I thought you were trying to be more uplifting.
Well, it started that way.
It's a start, right?
It started that way.
So that kind of brings us to the conversation, because we covered, you know, kind of like the entire chain, well, the entire chain, you know, what we can do in 30 minutes. But the one piece that I wanted to bring up is the environmental impact of the supply chain. You know, as you know, impact of logistics and supply chain activities is beginning to be more widely understood. If countries around the world are to meet their emissions targets and commitments, it is key that they develop more sustainable supply chain practices. But, you know, that's one statement. What you said about, like, you know, grabbing land and giving it to developers or selling it to developers, or, you know, the energy sector. I would love to hear, and we'll go down the line, because this has some serious impacts, like, where do we stand with the sustainable impact of the supply chain?
Do you want me to, do you want to?
However you guys, whoever wants to go first.
So I think we're in the midst of enormous transformation in, you know, especially in the auto sector, right, as there is an increasing push for electrification of our networks. And I think, you know, I know that's sort of a political statement to make, right? But I think fundamentally there is a market shift that's underway, and you can either be on the side of that where you're on the side of the innovation or not. But if you look at, like, the increase of the availability of electric cars, solar panels for your homes, what have you, these are growing industries. There is going to be a lot of demand for more of this in the next 5, 10 years. Every year it's happening. You look at GM, Ford, you know, the traditional automakers, they have made commitments about where their fleets are going to be in the next 10, 15 years. But to make that happen, you need the raw materials that are necessary for building those batteries, for building those solar panels. That's nickel, that's rare earth minerals, that's cobalt, and some of that stuff we can make here in the United States. Some of it we cannot. But if you look at it in the aggregate, you know, for the amount of market growth that I think a lot of people believe is going to happen, the U.S. can't do it alone. And it has to have strong trading partnerships. But we also can't push it off to our allies to take care of that for us exclusively, right? There's a lot of opportunity in Peru for rare earth minerals, I believe, and other critical minerals. That's untapped, I believe, right?
Agreed.
You know, Africa, the like, huge opportunities in Latin America. But in the U.S., there's also a need. And in D.C., there's this term called NIMBY, or NIMBYism, right, which is not in my backyard.
Right.
Everyone wants a Tesla on their in their garage. Everyone wants solar panels on their roofs, but no one wants to think about the mine that you need to pull out the rare earth minerals or like to make that happen. And so I think there's a huge opportunity in the U.S. to be a larger producer of these sorts of goods. But I think it's just sort of providing. I'm trying to take your lead on being more optimistic. But,
doesn't work.
But I think just making the case for why there needs to be certainty in the process for siting new facilities and bringing these facilities online as quickly as possible, so you don't have a 15-year window for getting new semiconductors like you do right now for all these growing goods. How's that? Would I do a little bit better on that, or was it? Yeah, that was
spot on.
That's good. Yeah, I think there's also opportunities. Again, you mentioned data and automation, right? So that also helps with the sustainability of the supply chain, or the carbon footprint, if you will. So as you dig into your data, you're able to minimize empty truckloads. That way, you're not transporting air, you're transporting actual merchandise. We're working with GM right now on a project to figure out how to make our trucks more efficient, and probably that goes through electrification and semi-autonomous trucks. But you have to look at, again, it's about using data to analyze your supply chain to minimize downtime and minimize transportation of empty vehicles or semi-empty containers. I think that helps increase the sustainability of the supply chain. And then understand the role between human and automation, and where can you free up talent to do high strategy, high margin work that you can replace then with automation or with robotics. That in a way will help add that regeneration to the supply chain. And we have to think out of the box as we look at all of these things. One of the things, for example, that we've done, not everything has to be high tech. We now have a robust program where we help our own employees earn their CDL, and then they can become a driver for a private fleet. Year one, they probably can make up to a six-figure income, about $110,000 driving for us. But our technology is such that it allows that driver to transport full loads during the day and spend the night at home. So that also minimizes their carbon footprint and increases the sustainability of supply chain.
That's very clever. Rafael, any?
So, I mean, speaking to Pepe's point, AI and cloud computing impacts on supply chain are going to be massive. They're going to cause a lot of shifts in the traditional supply chain mechanism. A lot of it really having to do with personnel, where you automate, where you go ahead and put in robotics, where you go ahead and put in AI and camera platforms and things like that that will get rid of people. But then, listen, it's always happened throughout history, and every renaissance in history has had it, where you have shifts in employee pools, right? The guys who used to make buggy whips no longer are in business, but they all do something else now. And it's the same dynamic. People who today are cashiers, tomorrow will probably be something else, because in the next 5 to 10 years, cashiers probably won't exist. Right? So that's the dynamics that we're going into, and that is affected by supply chain mechanism as well, and that affects the supply chain mechanism as well.
Brilliant. Let me make sure we're doing pretty good. So let's just, I always like, whenever I have a conversation on a panel, I like to do kind of like a call to action. Now, I wasn't going to ask you about what you were wearing on your Zoom call, don't worry. But if you want to share, feel free. Kind of like a call to action. I know we kind of covered it already, but, again, just remembering our audience, what's the one thing, if they're listening in and they're trying to manage 20 other things and this is what they're focusing on, what would you ask a small Latino business to do? We already know about the signing up for the chamber, so you can't use that again. You're going to come up with another one. What can our influence, very influencing Latino owners, what can they do to help mitigate some of these challenges that were brought up today?
I think we've already spoken to it a little bit, and really it goes to what John was saying, is we need to educate our legislators. We need to let them understand what impacts are happening and where, and what the overall dynamics of those impacts are.
So is that at the local level? Is it at the federal level? Because
It's at both. I mean,
Okay.
honestly, at the local level, you're talking about the guys who are running ports and they have to deal with the mayor of that city. They got to deal with the city council. They got to deal with all the minutia that they have to deal with there. Then that guy's got to deal with his governor, and then that governor's got to deal with his federal dollars that are coming in to help sponsor, changes in the port and dynamics and how they're going to go ahead and monitor, the container, load out and load in, that kind of dynamic. So it's all up and down that political chain almost. So what can we do as small business people is, let's get as informed as we can so that we can explain it to our legislators, because no offense to legislators, most of the time they're just not interested in this stuff unless somebody's really kind of spoon feeding it to them.
Right. And I think that the most important part of everything that you said is that it does matter to have that conversation with the local elected officials, city council, anywhere, wherever you tie in, having that conversation is important because it does have an impact and it does roll up as far as those talking points are concerned. And I think somebody said about coalitions today, coalitions are important, I think, in this as well, because if you can bring businesses together to have a single voice as to how they can, present these challenges to elected officials, then that has a bigger muscle, right? So being part of the chamber, to your point, Pepe, is a great way to do it, and coming together. Anything else that we can add to that? That's advocacy.
I would say understand your business better than you do today, and it depends on the size of your business, right? If it's a small business, then really understand your supply chain and the supply chain that makes up whatever it is that you sell, and establish relationships of trust with those vendors. If you're a medium or large business, sit down with your teams that manage your supply chains and ask them to educate you on what that looks like. But at the end of the day, you're the strategist. By getting a better understanding of the nuts and bolts of your supply chain, you might come up with ideas that'll help you build efficiencies into that supply chain. And build those coalitions with vendors. I mean, why not? I mean, we heard this morning that sometimes businesses don't have transparency into the supply chain of the products that they sell. I think it's time to end that and assertively build a transparency into that supply chain. Understand where your goods come from, where the raw materials come from. I'm sure there's an opportunity there for coalition building. You don't have to integrate the business, but by building coalitions, you're pretty much de facto integrating your business, right? I think that would be very helpful.
I love that.
I would just say, know your power, right? There's a lot of attention on this space, right? And the most powerful advocates in Washington, D.C. are not people like myself or people who reside here. It's you. Yeah. And that's because legislators, policymakers at the local level, Congress and the federal level, they take your story and they give it a lot more importance than they take my story. And my story that I tell to folks who listen is generated entirely by the stories that you're telling me. So know your power, and you all are a very powerful constituency. People want solutions in this space, and I think ultimately at the end of the day, those solutions are going to come from you all. So
I love it. Know your power.
I agree with John. At CC, I don't know if, refresh my memory, but if the Latino Coalition has now done capital fly-ins with your members, I encourage you to do that.
We haven't done that in a few years, but it's definitely
It's time.
coming up, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fly-ins, know your power. We need a t-shirt. And with that, thank you so much. I really appreciate the time. Pepe, Rafael, John, and thank you all for staying this late into the day.
good job.
Good job.
New Jersey.
As a reminder, we are in Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, the city of politics. So this summit would not be complete without a brief midterm election outlook. It's certainly going to be another interesting roller coaster year, as we have experienced in the last several cycles. We've asked Omar Franco to wear his Becker hat to give us an update and a perspective on the what to expect in this upcoming election cycle. So welcome back, Omar.
Thank you. Hi. All right. This is the interactive portion of the show here. So, yeah, and I completely understand I'm the guy standing between you guys and the maker's mark over there. So I get it. I'm going to make this quick. I can quickly come up here and say the Senate flipped, the House flips, good night, but I'm not going to do that. Right now, the House, let me talk about the easier one right now. Been in a lot of meetings lately. It seems like we're down to about 42 congressional seats in the House, so out of 435. So you guys do the math. So right now, really, that path to leadership is narrow, right? But the Democrats have 5 seats right now. They're trying to hold on for dear life. But right now, as Charles Small very eloquently, explained it, what are the issues, right? He had a great story to tell. If you heard Charles Small earlier on, I mean, unemployment's down, the economy is buzzing. I mean, things are going well, but yet, right, you're paying for $5 gas. So that's just depressing everybody's outlook on the future. So that's having a huge downwind, problem with the Democrats. So right now, on the House side, they have 5-seat margin. We're estimating, all the polls we're seeing, anywhere, I've heard as high as 60 seats flipping, no way. I think it's in the 20 to 30 range, but I do predict we will have Speaker McCarthy as the speaker in the next House session. That's done. And by the way, so yes, I am a political hack, but I actually did my graduate work in political science. So I am not, academically, I can tell you, there is a long history of people wanting divided government. They like divided government. They don't want one party to have all the levers in government. So it's and the conventional wisdom is that the president's party loses seats in the midterms, right? That's conventional wisdom. And I'll get back to that at the end. But so that's the House. The Senate, and I'm going to use my cheat sheet. So first of all, I'm going to tell you what my cheat sheet is. My cheat sheet is Real Clear Politics. That's where I go to. Me and every political hack in town, that's what we use. We're not all experts on this stuff. We do rely, the Real Clear Politics takes every public, sometimes private poll, amalgamates them, and then gives you what they see the trend lines are. So you're not seeing any one poll, you're seeing if things are going up or down. Right now, and I can get into a ton of these, and I'll get into the presidential one, but on the Senate one, let's just run through what's out there. Likely Dems, Duckworth, Blumenthal, Patty Murray, and Lean Dem Bennett. Those are holds. The Democrats hold on to those. On the Republican side, Rubio, we saw Blunt earlier, that's an open seat. That will probably remain Republican. Ohio, open as well. We think that Portman's retiring, so I think that remains Republican. And then likely GOP is the Alabama open seat. Yeah, good luck with the Democrats ever repeating Doug Jones ever again. That is just like catching lightning in a bottle. That ain't gonna happen. And Murkowski, I don't care how many Trump-endorsed candidates go against Lisa Murkowski. She's gonna win. She's gonna win handily. So that leaves me the toss-ups. The toss-ups are really interesting. So you have Mark Kelly. I think there is a pent-up demand for change in Arizona, not because of Mark Kelly, because of Kyrsten Sinema. People are some people like what she's doing, right? Holding a firm hand, not letting the president just get their full agenda. However, on the other side, they're kind of like, wait a minute, we didn't elect you to be standing between the president's agenda. So that could depress the turnout for Mark Kelly and cause enthusiasm for Kelly's opponent out there, and they still haven't decided which one, and obviously candidates matter, but I would put that one, I lost my cheat sheet. I would put that one definitely, I think that one is definitely gonna go in our column. I don't see him being able to hold on to that seat as of right now. Unfortunately, one of the other people that's also having some problems is gonna be one of ours, Cortez Masto, she is right now, she is underwater in Nevada in a big way. We didn't see it coming, really. I mean, she's actually been a good senator. Nevada's just a tough state right now, and the COVID recession hit them very disproportionately. I mean, Nevada really did get hammered, so she is deeply underwater. My favorite race of the year is Ralph Warnock. Can Ralph Warnock hold on, or does he lose to Mr. Herschel Walker? I don't know a thing about Herschel Walker, but he won the Heisman Trophy at the University of Georgia. I got to tell you, he's going to be really, really hard to beat because, you know, if Donald Trump showed us something, name ID means a lot, and Herschel Walker, it walks on water in Georgia. So I'm going to give that one to the Republicans. Hassan is going to be an interesting one. I still think that she holds on only because their preferred candidate was going to be John Sununu. Sununu decided not to run, so they really couldn't get a top-tier candidate against Hassan. And then that leaves us with Ron Johnson. I think Ron Johnson in Wisconsin, if Kenosha is anything, you know, the what I call the school board issues are really coming to prominence now. People, you know, when McAuliffe said that, you know, parents shouldn't have a say in their kids' education, I think that's resonating across the entire country. And I think that's having impacts in places where nobody thought. Kenosha, Wisconsin just elected their first Republican school board, which is insane. Like, that is like, those numbers should not ever happen, but it goes to show more people are paying attention. So that is a bad sign for the Democrats in Wisconsin. And then Pennsylvania is open seat right now. That one's turned interesting as of this weekend with former President Trump endorsing Dr. Oz. The reaction was swift. It was immediate. Today I actually saw an op-ed, which is, you know, probably heretical in Trump world, but it was an op-ed basically questioning Trump's staffers and if they are deliberately telling the president to endorse people that are basically unelectable, that, you know, which I thought was kind of a stretch there, but that's, you know, one of the op-eds I read today. So I didn't count all that perfectly, but I'm saying Senate maybe goes Republican, lean 1 or 2. It's not going to be a huge shift in power either way. So that leads me back to my discussion on conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom. Conventional wisdom said Secretary Hillary Clinton was going to be the president in 2016. It was done. They were measuring the drapes. No way would the upstart Donald Trump ever win the White House. And, you know, I waited till 3 a.m. and then, you know, I actually laughed. I thought that was awesome. You know, when President Trump, you know, Pennsylvania comes in, President Trump wins. Don't ever, we're still 6 months away. Could President Biden turn it around and minimize the Republican wave? Maybe. You know, there is a path. It's very narrow, but there's a path. If gas prices start going down, if there is, you know, unemployment continues to trend downwards, you know, I'm still, you know, inflation, right, 7%, if that starts cooling off, if the Fed, I think the Fed, I do agree that the Fed started way too late on trying to cool the inflation down. They should have started a lot earlier. Because of that, it's a 6-month stagger effect, so you're not going to see it. The other thing is the Fed could overplay their hand and they fall into recession. And then not only is Congress gone, in 2024, I don't care who the Democrat is, they're going to be gone as well, because the staggering effect means it'll just be too much of a downward recession for them to be able to make it up. So I do think, you know, divided government, I think is good for this town. It really allows everybody to have a stake. I think in many ways, the saddest time I ever saw here was when President Obama had veto-proof majorities. I saw that on, it didn't matter if it would be on the Republican side or on the Democratic side, but when one side is completely shut off from debate, I do not think that is healthy for a democracy. And I try to say that as, you know, plainly and as an American, not as a Republican or a Democrat. I think divided government is good in many ways. It forces folks to have to talk together. That's what I'm envisioning. So that's my 2022 midterm outlook. I think House goes Republican, Senate goes Republican by 2, and obviously the White House is not up for grabs. So with that, I will either, I know there's been no Q&A. It's up to you guys. I'm between you and your maker's mark. I will do whatever you guys want. Any takers? Gutierrez, come on. Hey. And no questions? All right, great. Well, I must have done my job. The only way to have maker's mark is neat. Do not put ice in your maker's mark. That is my official response. So, all right, thank you, everyone.
Well, I know there's one thing we can all vote for, and that's Omar Franco for president. I think that would just... 2032. Thank you, Omar. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to wrap up today's program by saying thank you to all of our participants and all the folks that participated in person today and all the folks that joined us online. Thank you all so very much for joining us. Can you join me in a round of applause for all of our speakers, all of our panelists today? I'd specifically like to thank our co-chairs, Omar Franco and Diana O, for stepping up to lead this effort for us on behalf of the Latino Coalition. Round of applause for Omar and Diana. I would like to invite you to stay for our closing reception, sponsored by Maker's Mark. And Maker's Mark has bourbon spritzer as their cocktail du jour for us today, so that'll be a lot of fun. You'll enjoy those drinks, you'll enjoy some music, and you'll enjoy each other's company. We invite you to stay in tune with the Latino Coalition for all of our future events, all of our future podcasts and webinars. And with that, we'll speak to you later. Thanks again, ladies and gentlemen. God bless.